Hello. You'll have to let me know if I sound okay, like am I too loud, too quiet. Quickly go back on the live stream page so I can see what people are saying. There we go. Open up Chocolate Box. But yeah, in this stream I'll be playing through some of the changes that I've added to Fable the Lost content, which, to be fair, there's still a lot that needs to be done, but I feel like I've made quite a lot of changes that it would please anyone who plays it. Compared to the last version, I had a lot of issues. The only thing I haven't really sorted out yet is the fact that in the Heroes Guild there's the odd chance that it can crash. I mean, when you mod Fable in general, there's always the risk that it might crash, but it seems that in the Heroes Guild there is a consistent crash that I have no idea about, no idea what caused it, no idea why it happens, so I'm probably going to have to redo that part of the mod all over again, but I don't mind doing that. However, in the meantime, I'm just going to focus on quests that are past the Heroes Guild, and then I'll just come back to that at a later date. Hello, Cat with Cigarette. Welcome to the stream. I'll save and run Fable. But yeah, you'll have to let me know what I sound compared to the volume. Also, the resolution of the main menu is very small, in case you're wondering. It changes when I go into the game. It's just something to do with, what's it called? OBS. So we'll make a new character, so it actually registers all my changes. TL content 06, no 7. There we go. Change our settings. I've been told by some people that having it at 60 Hz seems to help a lot. I don't know if they told us about any other changes that help, but that's the one I'm sure of so far. We'll also put effects around about here. It might change the way water looks, but for the most part it fixes like the lighting issue. Sometimes lights will flash very rapidly and it doesn't look okay, so we'll just leave it like that. I like to go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and have music and sound at the same. That way you can hear the dialogue way better than anything else. And gameplay, you will follow camera off because that's really annoying. Everything else, like the Guildmaster talking, I don't care about that. So here we go, ready to start. I'll try my best not to talk during like cutscenes because I've actually edited some of the cutscenes. Here we go.
Deep in the forest of Albion lay the small town of Oakvale, unchanged by time and untouched by the sword. Here lived a boy and his family, a boy dreaming of greatness, of one day being a hero. Sometimes he imagined himself as a noble knight or a powerful wizard. And other times he dreamt he'd be an evil warrior. But in all his dreams of greatness, he could not possibly imagine the power of the destiny that lay before him. And so, this is where our story begins.
Come on, wake up. Daydreaming again, were you? Just like your mother. Mind always wandering. Well, let it wander off to find your sister, will you? She's out playing by the Barrowfields gate. Remember, you haven't given her a birthday present yet. Don't tell me you forgot to get her one. Well, I'm not bailing you out this time, son. I tell you what, I'll give you a gold piece for each good deed you do around Oakvale. That should be enough to buy her a present. Now, get moving and stay out of trouble.
Honestly, where's that good-for-nothing husband of mine?
Oh, no. Ooh, I'm not sure if I can hold on much longer.
Have you cleaned my mum's cart for me yet?
So that's everything involving the first cutscene. Before I continue, I'll quickly read these messages that I've been getting on chat. Hello, cat with cigarette. Are they still working on debugging to unlock broken or stuck features like other debug not starting? I'm not too sure what you mean by that, ex-rival YouTube. I think that's how you pronounce your name. I do know that there is definitely a modding community looking into the debug files to see if they can reverse engineer the game, but apparently it's been quite a challenge. Which part of the UK are you from? Love the accent. Like Northern English. I probably live closer to Scotland's capital city than I do my own. Nice job. Are you excited for the new Fable? Yes, Marco, I'm pretty excited to see the new Fable. It's probably not going to be anything like we would expect from Lionhead Studios, because obviously it wasn't made by Lionhead Studios, but it's nice to know that there's a company out there that's trying to keep the series going, even if they don't really do that much of a good job. It's the thought that counts. Nice job with the cutscenes. Thank you, Jeremus. I think that's how you pronounce your name. Or Jeremus. I don't know. I always wanted to go out of bounds and explore more of Albion and random secret areas, so this mod is literally my dream come true. I'm glad to hear that. There's a lot of what are called extended regions, which means I've edited parts of existing parts of the map so you can walk to them. And then there's what are called new regions, which are literally completely new maps. Either unused maps that the developers left in the game, or new maps that I made myself. Which took a very long time. So, now we're in Oakvale as a child. This is how we look, as you'd expect. We've got nothing to going for us. We've got no inventory. Literally nothing in our inventory. No skills. Hero status. Our only quest is birthday gift. Logbook just tells us the basics about our inventory, the basics about the story. We've got the map, which just tells us about Oakville. All that's the same. However, something you might not have noticed yet is that we actually have expressions. In the original game, when you're a child, you literally have no expressions whatsoever. So here I've added laugh, belch, and fart, because as a kid, they make a completely different noise to when you're an adult. I think you get them during the Heroes Guild part of the game, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't remember. But I made it so you get it this early, so... laugh, belch, which you can hold in. And as you might have noticed, there's no exclamation mark above my head, which is something I also removed. Technically, the icon is very, very small and you can't see it. That was the only way I could do it without breaking the game. And then fart, which is probably the best expression in the whole entire game. I like near the old Lionhead Studios. Shame I never got to go there. Oh, you mean like the actual company in Guildford, England? Yeah, I would have loved to have went to Lionhead Studios whilst it was still open. So, Brom, what do we have to do today?
Let me hear some good reports about your behavior, and I'll give you some money for your sister's birthday present.
That's good to know. So, the first difference is these signposts, which kind of act like tutorials. Like, you can read these signposts and they'll tell you about the new features that I've added in the mod. It's something I thought that would make more sense to do at the start of the game, since it's supposed to be a tutorial anyways. They're kind of very self-aware, like the signpost is literally telling you what mod you're playing now. Welcome to Fable the Lost Content. This is a full-scale expansion mod for the PC version of Fable the Lost Chapters. It includes a lot of new features to keep you interested for hours. You are currently in the childhood version of Oakville, which is right at the start of the game. However, there is still new content that can be found here as well. What you are reading right now is one of the many tutorial signposts for this mod that will help to explain some of these new features for you. This was done just so that you would know what to look out for once you decide to go exploring the rest of Albion. I hope you find it helpful. To continue this Oakville tutorial, then simply go inside your childhood home and you'll find the next signpost with more information about these new features. Good luck with your adventure, hero of Oakville. Thank you for choosing to spend your time playing Fable the Lost content. So if we go inside our childhood home, we'll notice a lot of differences. There's items all over. There's an NPC, well, I say an NPC, it's technically a model, but... So, this other signpost. Tutorial 1. New items and equipment. Welcome to the Oakville tutorial. Are you ready to start a new adventure in Fable the Lost content? If you are ready to start your adventure, then go and take both the stick and the pebbles from the table that can be found inside of your childhood home. You'll find all sorts of new items, food, weapons, and even stylish clothing that can be used to assist you with your adventure. There is also far more notes and books for you to discover, which try to expand on the lore through the use of environmental storytelling. I will not spoil the search for you, but there is actually a lore-related book and 2 notes in this very house. Do you think you can find them? Keep an eye out for any changes that you notice in the world, and the new content should become clear from there. Good luck. If you are ready to continue the Oakville tutorial, then head down the path and you should see another signpost outside of a house at the end of the street. So, each signpost will tell you where you should go to next and describe where you should go to next, so then you know how to continue the tutorial properly. I tried to make it a line going around Oakville, so it should be pretty obvious where you go. So we'll start over here. We have a note that says, get a haircut. And then we have the youngster style haircut card. And then we have this little locket here. When we interact with it, it says, this is a locket that belongs to your sister. Gold with a red ruby gem in the center. Which is actually a cut item from the game, literally called Sister's Locket. I'm not really too sure what the point of it was, but I tried to add some hints to it whenever I could. So if we go in our inventory, the first thing we have is the youngster style haircut card, because we are a youngster. And then if we go to items, our first other item is get a haircut. I'll not read all of what this says because, I mean, I would literally be here all day talking through all the books, so I'll just skim through the text, and then if you want to pause and read it yourself, then feel free to go through it. And as you see here, yours truly, SR. I wonder who that's meant to be. Here we have Teresa's. Normally you would interact with this bookcase, and then it tells you that you found Teresa's diary. And then it'll tell you all these different things that she wrote in a diary for different days, which I believe are all meant to lead up to a birthday. But just so you can read that whenever you want, there's also Teresa's diary. So you can actually pick it up as an object and it'll go to your logbook section. And then if we go into our logbook, which is in hero status, and we go to books, there we go, Teresa's diary, and it says the exact same thing that that bookcase says. It just means you can read it whenever you want at any point in the game, and you don't have to worry about it. Also, ignore these box of chocolates. It's just so I can like test the game more easier if I'm like, right, I want to start from the beginning of the game, but I don't want to play through everything. That's why those box of chocolates are there. They obviously won't be there in the final version of the mod. Here we have an axe. I wonder whose axe that is meant to be. We interact with it. Your father is a woodcutter by trade, and this is his personal hatchet, which obviously means that this belongs to Brom. I wonder if we'll ever see this axe ever again. Then we have what the signpost was telling us about. We have the stick and the pebbles, which are sort of like weapons that you can have at the start of the game. Since obviously as a child you don't really get any weapons, I thought a stick and pebbles would make the most sense. Kind of like the weapons that you get in Fable 2, you get like a wooden sword and a toy gun. It's basically the equivalent of that. Then we have a unique looking pie, which is called lemon meringue pie. As you can see, it has a yellow center because it's lemon. And then finally we have this note here, which says Father's Note, which obviously means that it belongs to Brom. If we go into our inventory again, most of the notes you'll find just go to the other section. I'm debating on if I can add them to the logbook, but I'm not sure if there's a limit on how many things can be in your logbook. So here we have the Father's Note, which if you didn't know, it's kind of meant to be a reference to a note that was cut from the game, which was called Mother's Note, which was meant to be a letter written to Brom. So I thought I'd do the reverse, where Brom wrote a letter to Scarlet Robe instead. And if you want to read that, I'll just slowly go through it for you. Oh, I accidentally backed out. yours truly, Brom. And here we have the lemon meringue pie. Basically, what the text is trying to tell you is that it basically acts like a golden carrot. Like, good for maintaining your energy levels and keeping your mind alert. Consuming the pie will grant the user a small amount of skill points. Oh yeah, I made it so you get skill points as well. But yeah, woken up from a deep slumber, regardless of what time of day it is, which is obviously a reference to golden carrots. In the childhood portion of the game, time doesn't actually pass in the day because they want it to always be daytime. So technically eating it here would literally make no difference whatsoever. And then we have our weapons. Our first melee weapon is the stick. Every kid picks up a stick at some point in their life and ends up swinging it around for fun. Just try not to poke out your eye. And then we have the ranged weapon, pebbles. When your parents told you that you should go play outside, I don't think this was what they had in mind. And then the final thing in our house is our pet dog, who's called Max, which is a reference to a dog that I used to have, of course. So if we interact with the dog, originally he only had one line of text that would show up, but I've extended it so he kind of acts like a signpost. This is a pet dog that belongs to your family, which you all decided to call Max. Max is kind of lazy and he only really ever goes outside for walks on his own terms. Despite all of his flaws, Max is still your pet dog and you love him with all of your heart. You decide to reach out your arm, which attracts the attention of Max. You then go to stroke your pet dog on his head. Max suddenly jumps out of excitement and runs up towards you, just so that he can lick your face. You find it adorable, even if his breath does smell of dog food. After a while of playing with the dog, you manage to calm him down and he goes back to relaxing by the fireplace. I originally made it so it was like, oh, do you want to stroke the dog? But obviously that didn't do anything, so I thought changing it to this info dump would make a bit more sense. So before I continue, I will check the chat because it looks like plenty of people have been messaging. I live near the old Lionhead Studios. By the way, are you trying to make this mod to have as much of the beta content as it can, or are you trying to go for something like the enhanced edition of Fable? I.e., are you adding content that isn't good, or doesn't make much sense, just because it was in beta, or are you picking out only what you think enhances the experience? A bit of both, cat with cigarette. There's a lot of content that's added that I realised was meant to be in the game, and like you said, some of it literally makes no sense whatsoever because the game was obviously changed during development. But if I can add it in, I will do my best to. However, there are also a lot of things that I've added which straight up were not meant to be in the game. I just thought it would be fun to expand on. Such as cutscenes that involve Jack of Blades. There's a lot of stuff that implies that Jack of Blades is behind everything, even though that's not the case. A big example of this will be the Wasp Menace quest if I ever get to it. I kind of wanted Jack of Blades to act like the G-Man from Half-Life, so he's always watching you play through the game, but you never notice him as the player. Well, as the character, the hero of Oakvale, he never notices that he's there. Which I thought would just be a fun thing to add. It was never like hinted at in the game or anything. Would be nice to add voices to those tutorials if that is even possible. Unfortunately, we can't add like new audio into the game. I've tried. You can export any of the audio that you want, but you can't import your own audio. which would be great because now I know how to make my own AI voice-generated dialogue, but apparently I can't do that. The only exception would be to use the game's music, and obviously you still want the music to play at the same time, so it would just be tedious for literally no reason. Hello Avarice, love your content. I appreciate that, Benito Camelo, I think that's how you pronounce your name. Can you obtain Solus Greatsword early? Well, I mean, you can do that in the game, so I've not changed anything that would prevent that. If you know how to do the trophy glitch, then you know how to do the trophy glitch. You can also get the Sword of Aeons early. I've not changed that either. Avarice is the GOAT, which I'm guessing means greatest of all time. Thank you very much, I appreciate that, Josh Harris. Boba de Bildor? I don't know how you pronounce that name, but thank you very much, I appreciate that. Can you please make new regions where players can explore? That's already done for you, Video Games for Everyone. You can literally download the mod right now and you'll find like 5 or 10 new regions that you can explore. I've also added extended regions, which means regions that already exist, you can find more places to go to. I also made it so before you transition to a new region, it feels like it's bigger, like you walk into the area rather than it just transitioning for no reason. Yeah, like Cat with Cigarette said, I've already done that. Good doggy, yeah. It's a shame that they cut the dog from Fable 1. No, I meant bigger places to explore and try and hire more people to make this mod more better. I mean, if I had money, I would definitely hire more people, but I don't even think that that would help the situation anymore. Like, clearly, there's a reason why a lot of expansion mods haven't gotten this far, and that's because it just takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication, a lot of passion. But if I could do that, that would be amazing. This is great so far. Sadly, Avarice, I'm going to leave you now so that I personally am not spoiled too hard on Fable the Lost content mod when you finish it. Have fun and keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Jeremus. I'm definitely hoping to release 0.7 very soon. I've been doing a lot of work on it recently, but the final version of the mod is definitely going to take some time. I'm hoping to release this version, take a break from it, reflect on everything I've done, and then make it a lot better. But there's still a lot more things to do. Is there any way of helping out with this mod in any way? Basically, download any version of the mod, play through it, let me know if you've run any issues, and that will help a lot. If there's any ideas you can come up with, that will also help a lot. And if you're good at translating languages, that would be amazing. Max should have a companion dog named Sam. Yeah, I see what you've done there, Cyanide07. I thought maybe some people might think that that was the reference I was going for, Max and Sam. I should do that. Maybe add even like, I don't think there's any rabbit models in Fable, but I don't know, add something and say that it's a rabbit called Sam. That would make sense. You're welcome, Video Games for Everyone. I appreciate the questions. So, now that that's all over and done with, let's go back to the mod. Oh yeah, if the game crashes at any point, that's to be expected. So, here is the next signpost that we have to go to. Signpost for Tutorial 2. Tutorial 2, Stealth and Stealing. Not every situation requires you to run in the middle of the battlefield and shout a battle cry. That will just draw unwanted attention. Instead, try to analyze your surroundings and consider going for a more stealthy approach. You can even use lighting or the environment to your advantage, which is just something that is in the game already. If you get better at sneaking around the world and not being seen, then most fights can be finished before they even really get started. Anyone who's played Fable 2 might understand where that comes from. Literally ripped from like a dialogue from Teresa. Or look, some people in town appear to have left their front doors wide open. You could take advantage of this opportunity. You can find plenty of opportunities like this in the world, where you can either steal items, pick people's pockets, and even kill enemies easier. So long as you approach it with a thief or an archer's mindset. Look out for new expressions which can also assist you with stealing from villagers. So that's, you know, things like lockpicking and pickpocketing. Some items that you receive from stealing and pickpocketing are simply known as junk items. Pardon me. You can find plenty of them, and so they won't net you a lot of gold. Don't worry about being caught stealing as a child. The guards in Oakville don't punish children for stealing as a criminal offence. Learn your lessons and don't get cocky with age. This rule will suddenly change once you become an adult. Resisting arrest can also lead to capital punishment. Once you are done picking up anything that isn't nailed to the floor and are ready to continue the Oakville tutorial, then all you have to do is head down the path to the centre of town, and you should notice that a certain tree is missing. So as the signpost told us, we can actually walk into all of these houses. I like to, you know, sneak around even though it doesn't make a difference. It just kind of makes it feel a bit more immersive, like I'm doing this for a reason. You'll find plenty of items you can pick up now, like the tattered book, the rusty bucket, and the silver spoon. If we go into other items, we can find even more. I mean, if we go into other buildings, we can find even more items. Yeah, ignore my tongue twisters at the moment. More tattered books. More tattered books. And here we're going to get something different. An old boot, which is actually an item that was cut from the game. An old lantern. Another rusty bucket. If we go upstairs, we'll find a unique produce item. This is a box of chocolates called mint chocolates. Unfortunately, your sister Teresa doesn't like mint chocolates, so you're not going to get away with giving her this. Box of mint chocolates. Which, a little bit of lore behind me here, mint chocolate is probably my favourite chocolate. If we go into our inventory, go to produce, box of mint chocolates. Unfortunately for you, your sister is not a fan of these types of chocolates. I also need to change that icon so it doesn't look like the normal one. Even though you don't really find chocolates in produce, but that's besides the point. And we have our, you know, junk items like the old boot, a rotten old boot, rusty bucket, silver spoon, tattered book, and the old lantern. I believe that's all of the junk items you can find. There is one more house we can go to, which is obviously the one where the signpost is. We'll sneak around for that immersion effect.
Oh, you're so naughty.
The only problem with this house is that you're going to hear those two all the time. Like the signpost said, this technically isn't stealing. I haven't like added the steal expression. You're literally just picking these up. It was kind of just like a bit of lore to make it feel like it makes sense. Some old boots that were just placed there, but you can't pick these ones up. Now, there is actually a reason for picking up the junk items. You will be able to sell them later on in the game, but obviously you can't trade as a child, so these are kind of null and void to you at this point in the game. It's just something to help you get some starter cash, I guess.
You're the most beautiful woman in Oakvale.
Let's have a look at these messages. Yeah, Marco loves 360 Gamer. There's, like, not only does Fable have a lot of limitations, it's probably worse on the, like, original Xbox version of the game. I know that like, if you go on the Fable TLC mod site right now, you will find some original Xbox mods, but I don't think people preserved them very well because not that many people really found out how you mod the original Xbox version. The whole modding community only really got quote-unquote popular when Fable TLC modding got added into the mix. At least that's what I've read. I think I was like 12, so I don't know the actual history. Do you think it's possible to add multiplayer to this game? I mean, I don't see why not. People have done it for plenty of other games. But there's probably a reason why it hasn't been done yet. That's all I can really say. Yeah, like Cat with Cigarette says, that would be a huge undertaking. I mean, people still haven't even found out how to properly reverse engineer the game, so getting multiplayer to work on its own is probably like a task in of itself. Yeah, like Liquid Dinosaur said, they did try to add multiplayer into the game, but it got so bad that even trying to make the extra characters, like Player 2 and Player 3, act as like 2D orbs that were like images on the screen, even that was a challenge for the game, so they cut it all together. I actually have a cut content video about that if you're interested. Yeah, shit fictions is completely correct. The engine for Fable was made in-house, like the developers literally made the engine themselves from scratch. So there's like a lot about it that people have just had to like find out on their own. There's like not a lot of documentation. It's not like the Unreal Engine, for example, or Unity. Yeah, it was all gutted. That's very true. The shit fictions, what you're saying about custom quests. I mean, if you really wanted to, if you really had the time and the dedication, you could just edit an existing quest however you want. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. The problem is making new quests, new triggers. That's just not possible. So instead, what I did was try to find more objectives that you can do within a quest. Mark my words, if I win the lottery, I will get people to reverse engineer this game for you. Well, you would be doing the whole community a favour if you could do that. That's all I can say. Right, so let's kick this chicken, because obviously it's Fable. If we look down here, we'll see plenty of new stuff. I wonder if we can go down there later. And here we have a little well. The Oakvale Well. Children should be supervised when using the well, because, you know, you don't want them to fall in and drown. And here we have the cheating man, as he's called in the game.
Run along. We're busy.
What? I was just, I've never even met this woman. Who is she? Look, Sonny, keep your mouth shut about this, right? My wife's at home with our little ones, and I'm supposed to be working. But a man should be entitled to do what he likes, don't you think? Tell you what, if you keep this little secret, I'll give you a gold piece.
So, should we do good or evil? To be fair, most of the changes I've added so far are pretty much for the good storyline. There's the odd thing where if you're evil, you'll notice a difference, but my plan is that at some point I'm going to make a version of the mod that is strictly for people who want to play good and strictly for people who want to play evil. And hopefully the cutscenes will reflect this as well, but that's a plan for another time, way in the future. That's some of the future Avarice to worry about.
Good lad. Here, have this gold piece.
I hope the new Fable has a chicken kicking contest. Don't we all? I mean, we saw in the trailer that she kicked that chicken pretty high, so...
My advice to you, don't get tied down to one woman. Look after yourself. Forget everyone else.
I only just realised I pressed yes, but whatever, it's not like it matters. You committed your first bad deed. Ah, we're evil.
Come here, my little pumpkin.
I mean, committing a bad deed as a child doesn't really make it evil. That's kind of how you learn the world. Hello, Mr. Trader Guy.
Hello, lad. I'm a trader. I wander the world buying and selling wares, especially to fine folk like your good self. Some little girl I saw said you have a sister, and it's her birthday. And it seems you haven't got her a present yet. It just so happens that I have a rather nice box of sweets here. Guaranteed to put a smile on any sister's face, for only 3 gold pieces.
You gotta love Mirko's voice acting. I can see why they brought him back for Fable 2.
I'm afraid you seem to be short of funds, Sonny. Just 3 gold coins is all I ask, and your sister will love them. Remember, your father will give you money if he hears good reports about you. Many lovely things!
So, like the signpost said, there doesn't appear to be a tree here. How odd. It's almost like it's trying to tell us something. Tutorial 3, Changing World. That is strange. Isn't there supposed to be a tree right here? You're right. There is supposed to be a tree here in the centre of town. In Fable the Lost content, the world of Albion will change as the story progresses. You will find many examples of this after completing certain quests, where there will be areas which were previously locked to you and are now suddenly available. If you want a good example of how this feature works, then click on the mound of soil on the ground and visit Oakville as an adult to see its amazing transformation. Remember, if you feel like you can't access a certain area, then all you have to do is simply try again later on in the game's storyline. Hey, did you notice that gate for the beach in front of you is now open? If you want to continue the Oakville tutorial, then all you have to do is head for the shore. So that's obviously referring to that gate behind the trader.
One for sure.
And if we interact with this mound of soil here, the oak tree that is usually in the centre of town, which is where the town gets its name from, fell down due to an aggressive winter storm that occurred just last year. What's this? You shift around in the pockets of your shorts and realise that you are actually in possession of an acorn. You notice a patch of dirt on the ground that seems to have a mound of soil on top of the surface, which is perfect for planting some kind of seed. You reach your arms through the town benches with great success and firmly plant the seed inside the soil. Who knows, Maybe we will see it again in the future. Actually, interacting with the mound of soil won't make a difference. It will change regardless. This is just to explain to you why it will change. And obviously to reference the whole Peter Molyneux acorn thing. So if we do what the signpost said, and go through the fence and go into the Oakville shore, it looks like we can actually walk here now. As you can see, we have seagulls, which is another... Technically they weren't cut from the game, but there is one hidden in Hook Coast, so I guess it's technically not cut from the game. You can technically find one. There's also another two over there, which I guess you could say is its child and its wife. And that's the male protecting it. So, as we can see here, we have two lobsters. Maybe the signpost will let us know what that's all about. Tutorial 4. Creatures and Ingredients. Here we have a creature that is terrorizing the shores of Oakville. It is a giant lobster, and they are known for having extremely long claws that are really sharp. By killing the many creatures that can be found around Albion, you are able to harvest what are known as ingredients. These are consumable items that can provide various benefits. However, there is also a witch that can be found in Greatwood Lake, who is looking to buy most of these ingredients from any wandering adventurers. Now you can be a true hunter and collect the limbs, heads, and spoils of your prey, or sell them for some extra gold in your pocket. This doesn't just apply to creatures either. You can even kill the likes of villagers, bandits, guards, sometimes even special characters and quests to receive all sorts of new rewards. If that isn't the perfect excuse for you to go out and kill every living thing in your path once you become an adult, then I don't really know what is. Want to continue the Oakville tutorial? Then head for the end of the beach. You should see a chest that you can open along with the next signpost. So before we go check out these lobsters, we might as well look at these new weapons that we have. Here we have the stick, which is obviously our melee weapon. It's just like the stick you would get later on in the game when doing your guild training. Literally works the exact same. And then we have pebbles, which it might be hard to see in the hero's hand right now. Yeah, you can't do that because he just gets rid of them, but they're there. It's like a very small rock that you can see in his hand. We try throwing it. A lot of people like to make this joke, which you're about to see right now. Yeah, that's definitely not a pebble. But obviously it uses the effects of like when a rock troll throws a rock. Like, it's literally the same effect. That's all I did. I replaced bombs with the rock troll animation. But it doesn't do as much damage as a rock troll would do. Yeah, you can throw it as far as you want as well. Like, that went so far that the game wouldn't even show us where it landed. So, now that we know how our weapons work, let's see if we can get rid of these lobsters. As you might be able to hear from the sound, I used the beetles as a template, and then just added the lobster model and animations on top of that. So technically we're fighting a beetle that looks and acts exactly like a lobster. But this is a creature that was cut from the game. It just obviously didn't work, so I had to put a bit more work into it. And if we kill them, we get EXP. We also get a lobster claw, which is our first example of an ingredient. Originally, when people tried out the mod, there was only a chance that they would drop a lobster claw, but obviously I fixed that, so as you'll see here, now they have a 100% chance to drop a lobster claw, mainly because it's used for a mini quest. And there we go, as you can see on the bottom left, we got another lobster claw. If we go into produce, a lobster claw. A terrifying lobster claw, enough to give you caborophobia, which if you don't know, caborophobia is like fear of crabs and lobsters. And this is actually the dialogue that was intended for this item. I never changed anything. The only thing I did was make it a produce. If we look over here, ooh, look, a fishing spot. And over here we have a fishing rod. Well, before we do that, we'll check out the signpost. Tutorial 5, Artifacts and Trophies. What's an adventure game without a little bit of treasure hunting? Similar to legendary weapons and armor, there is now a subcategory of miscellaneous items known as artifacts. Artifacts are effectively junk items that can only be found once in a playthrough and are really valuable. Some are even a part of their own special collection. You can find these artifacts by checking every dig spot, fishing spot, chest, and even from completing mini quests. On top of this, you will also have the addition of new trophies to help you prove some of these new feats to the peasants in town. If you want to continue the Oakville tutorial, then all you have to do is go back into town and follow up the path on the right hand side. You should see another signpost that is right outside of the old Oakville graveyard. You are supposed to be able to interact with this door, but for some reason it just doesn't work. But yeah, you're not really supposed to be able to walk through it. It would only tell you that the door's locked anyways. But obviously it's meant to be a reference to, you know, the fact that there is a cave here later on in the game, and that would take you to Twinblade's camp. So here we have a note, Rod Owner's note. I wonder if that's meant to be this dead guy over here. Now we have a fishing rod. So obviously with it being tutorial, it makes sense for the game to, you know, teach you how to use the rod and use the spade right at the start of the game. So if we check the Rod Owner's note, and if you would like to read this, I'll just slowly go through it. Basically the note goes over, you know, what you have to do in order to use a fishing spot, and then a little bit of lore behind the guy who left the fishing rod, who's obviously called the Rod Owner. Oh yeah, and we also have our fishing rod, which is just exactly like the fishing rod you would get normally at the start of the game. Now, this is going to be very difficult because obviously as a child you have level 0 fishing basically, so you're not very good, but it's a nice little challenge for anyone who wants to do it at the start of the game. Also, I noticed that the hero as a child has animations for using a fishing rod and a spade. He also has like audio for when he fails and succeeds, so maybe at one point in the game the developers planned for you to do it this early in the game. I'm not really too sure, but there's clearly evidence that points to this being the case. I also apologise if I'm talking really fast. It's hard to explain things and also keep up the pace of what I'm doing. So as you can see here, that line will snap very easily if I get very cocky. But just to show you, that's exactly what the hero sounds like if you fuck it up. Now let's try it again. And this time we'll do our best to succeed. Yeah. But yeah, it's basically an alternative way to earn your gold piece. So if you don't want to just do the quests that you would normally get, there's an alternative route that still requires a bit of a challenge. Oh yeah, I almost left without opening the chest. So this is our first chest in the entire game. And inside of it we have a lucky coin. Which, I mean, it's a bit ironic. I only got told recently by someone how ironic this is because, you know, it's a lucky coin and then your town gets raided. But now I like that joke. I'm gonna run with it. It wasn't intentional, but it's actually pretty funny now that I think about it. So, the lucky coin. A very shiny coin that is believed to bestow luck on those who choose to keep it in their possession. You don't really believe in any of that superstitious nonsense, do you? And there we go. Now if we go back into town, we'll not do exactly as the signpost says. Instead we'll make a little bit of a detour. First we'll
He's a naughty one for sure.
So as you can see here, we have a nice little spade, what looks like a fairy ring, and a note. So again, we'll pick up the note first. Spade owner's note. Now we have the spade. And then if we go into our inventory, just like with the rod owner's note, a note that tells you a little bit of lore behind the guy who originally owned the spade, and obviously where you should go to find dig spots. At least the dig spots that I've made. They're a bit more obvious than the ones in the actual game, because obviously the developers wanted you to look for them. It also mentions the town bully. Honestly, this is why we can't have nice things in our society. Some people only ever think about themselves. Very, very true. So, with our newly fangled spade, we can go into the middle of this fairy ring and dig it. Just like with the fishing spot, we've earned ourselves a gold piece. So we could, if we wanted right now, you know, go to Braun, get our gold, finish the quest, but that wouldn't be fun now, what would it? We've still got plenty to look at this part of the game. Before I continue, I'll have a look, see if there's any more messages.
Many lovely fish.
When I play, I'm always picking him to give me his money, and then I expose him to his wife. Yeah, that's how I used to play the game. I would, you know, I felt like such a, like, I mean, I guess you could say like nerd, but I guess like god is the kind of word I was thinking of. In that, I would be like, oh, I'm going to take advantage of the game. I'm going to get a gold piece from the guy by pretending to be evil, and then I'm only going to tell his wife anyways, and boom. But I mean, that's only one extra gold piece. One extra gold piece literally doesn't matter in this game. But now you have an excuse to get 3 extra gold pieces if you play through this mod. Yeah, you're probably right about that, Vampiric. Reverse engineering Anniversary Edition would probably be the best idea. I think there are still some systems in there that are literally ripped from Fable TLC, but for the most part, graphics engine, probably stuff to do with scripting and quests and stuff like that, that's definitely the Unreal Engine. Are you playing or reading comments separately on purpose, or are you in a single monitor? If you're playing through Steam, you can pin web browser onto the game now, so you could see the chat as you play. Oh, okay, that's a very good idea. I am playing the Steam version of Fable, but I don't play the game through Steam because it's DRM-free. You literally don't need to be on Steam to play the game. You just click the launcher, boom. Obviously, since I mod the game, I always use Chocolate.box. Even if I haven't modded the game, I always play the game through Chocolate.box because I have 420 hours on Steam and I don't want to ruin that. But yeah, I have two monitors. I have to look to my right to read everything and then look forward to play the game, so... And I'm intentionally not reading comments when an NPC is talking or if a cutscene is playing, just so you don't miss anything. Does anyone know where I could download the modding tools for Fable? Well, it depends on what version. If you want to play Fable TLC, just go to the Fable Nexus mods forum. You should find a program called Chocolate.box or a program called ShadowNet. They would be your best options. This mod is mainly made using Chocolate.box. Yeah, exactly, like I said, like the graphics engine and stuff like that is definitely Fable Anniversary. Yeah, you're kind of right with that cat with cigarette. Like, technically, you as the hero are the lucky one out of everyone in the entire town anyways. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it, Marco, I guess. That chicken is very stoic. Do you mean the black one that was near the dig spot? Yeah, it was literally just standing there, wasn't it? I've noticed that. Avarice keeping this game fresh with mods and updates. Thank you very much. The way is nigh. Awesome mod. Thank you, Brandon Pepper. I appreciate that. If you would love to try and help video games for everyone, I'd appreciate that. If you can come up with new items to add in, I'm totally game for that. If you can come up with, I don't know, like lore books, or just lore in general, I wouldn't mind trying to add those in. It doesn't have to be like Fable-friendly lore. It can literally be anything. I don't give a shit. The whole point of the mod is that it's fun. That's what's important. I mean, as you'll see later on if I go into the debug area, there's just a lot of items that I just added for the hell of it. Right, so now that we've done everything around here...
There's a little swine, I'm going after him.
Oh, the guards want me.
Where's that good-for-nothing husband of mine?
Fucking dumb guard AI.
Oh, oh.
You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man.
What he's been up to.
Stock available.
I like how he just like has to think about it. Oh, have I found your blind spot, have I? Can you not go up here, boy? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. The guard doesn't know what to do. I found his blind spot. He might come to us. Yeah,
Right,
there we go.
got you, you little ruffian. I've heard reports that you've been doing bad deeds. Accessory to improper man and lady behavior. That sort of behavior is not acceptable.
I mean, how did you find out? Even his wife doesn't even know yet. He must be like omnipotent or something.
If you were older, you'd be apprehended and fined by the town guards.
I mean, it does say that gossip travels around Oakvale very quickly, so...
You need to decide if behaving like that is worth it, my young friend. I'll leave it at that for now. But think about what I've said.
Or I'll be thinking long and hard for about 2 seconds. That's all my brain capacity can hold in. Because I'm a child.
Boys will be boys. Where's that filthy layabout husband of mine? With some woman, I don't doubt. I run his house, bring up his children, and what do I get in return? Nothing. If you find him, let me know, won't you? You have? Right. I'm gonna turn him into balverine food. Thank you, young sir, for telling me. Wait till I get my hands on that pig!
Let's go follower. This is exactly like it is in the normal game. No difference.
You filthy swine! I ought to chop them right off!
We were rehearsing a play. Yeah, that's all it was.
Don't insult me anymore! My mother was right about you! Well, if you think I'm going to cook and clean for you while you're out having a good time with your strumpet, you've got another thing coming!
You know I only have eyes for you, my sweet.
Who is she anyway? Some tart from the village? Younger than me, is she? You filthy swine! I ought to chop them right off!
Please,
Chicken
my
just
dear,
doesn't
I
care.
can explain everything.
Don't insult me anymore!
I also like how when you kick the chickens, they follow you rather than run away.
We weren't doing anything.
I don't know why.
Well,
It's like you have a companion when you kick a chicken. It's very weird. I don't know if that's intentional. See, like he's literally just following us. He's supposed to be scared of us, but he's literally just following us.
Younger than me, is she? You filthy swine! I'm grateful for your information, lad. Philandering swine! Don't insult me anymore!
You little swine. I thought we had a deal.
Thought we had a deal.
Who is she anyway? Some tart from the village? Younger than me.
Well, enjoy your ruined marriage, my friend. I hope it was worth it.
Get your miscellaneous items here.
So, now we have this little quest.
Oh, thank goodness. Listen, lad, could you do me a favour? I've got to, you know, answer a call of nature. Oh, stay here and watch this stock for me. There's a good lad. Just stand between those two stacks and don't move. I'll put a good word in for you when I get back. Right, won't be long.
Don't know why, but his accent kind of sounds like someone from Liverpool.
My cousin says that the barrels in these warehouses might have stuff in them. Quick, while he's away, smash his barrels up and see what's inside. Unless you're too scared. Unless you're just a big blubbing girl. Come on, let's go and break stuff. Are you just gonna stand there like a lemon?
We obviously have to wait for that one.
But being good is so boring. Wouldn't you prefer
So as you
to
can
be
see, there's a
smashing
chest up there.
things?
And then there's this little rope that you can interact with.
There's still time before he gets back.
You try to climb the rope, but slip on the way up. You can't help but think that maybe you'll get better at it as you grow older. Now, I want to be honest, I have not added anything to the adult version of Oakville yet. I'm hoping to add something special up there, to give you a reason to go back. But for the time being, that's not a thing in the mod yet. But it's something to remind you to check that when you become an adult. There's also these little tiny rats on the floor. Because it's a barn, so obviously you're going to have rats.
Fine. Have your stupid good deed then.
And then it's like we never left.
Excellent, thanks, lad. You've done me a big favour. I'll let your dad know what a splendid watchman you made.
You also find this little sparrow here, which actually flies around. It's not just one of those ambient ones that just fly in the sky and you never see them again. It's actually a flying sparrow, which just flew past the barn. The AI for it's a bit weird, so you'll notice that it literally just goes in random directions. It doesn't actually know what the hell it's doing. Well, hello, I forgot to talk to you earlier.
I've lost Rosie. I left her and I can't remember where. Her stuffing needs changing today and I can't find her. Please help. She's a lovely little furry bear with a blue patch on her back. Please find Rosie, my little toy bear, for me. Please find...
Oh, I didn't mean to talk to you.
You could have smashed those barrels while you was away. Sissy!
You call him a sissy. Got a giant stick, boy.
Sorry, son, not the time for you now.
Alright, I help you, and then you don't want to talk to us ever again. That's nice. Now I kind of wish I broke your barrels.
You stupid little idiots.
Before I do this, I'll have a look, see if there's any other messages. Just joined the stream, so it might have been asked, but what's your opinion on the new Fable trailer? Well, I mean, I don't know if you've seen my recent video, Jack and Maze watching the Xbox Game Showcase. They kind of basically do an exaggerated version of my opinions. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of Jack of Blades, to be honest. But, like in those videos, that's the whole point of Jack of Blades, not his actual character. But yeah, like I thought it was pretty good. I mean, obviously, expecting it to be anything like Lionhead Studios is like asking for too much. It wasn't made by Lionhead Studios, but considering it's a company that's trying to make a new Fable, reboot the franchise, I thought it was good. Yeah, video games for everyone. Just let me know about any ideas you have. I'm totally game for new ideas. Whether it will be added in or not is a totally different story, but I'm always opening to listening to people's ideas. Anything that could make the mod better. Will you do a video on the new Fable, maybe like a hopes and opinions? I mean, if that's what people want, I can do that, but I never thought it would be anything that interested people. That guard broke the stream for a bit. Are you just going to stand there like a lemon moment? Is the lemon kid the one you met at the arena, or is it the bear kid? I mean, I guess it would make sense for it to be the bear kid, because that would mean Emily and his brother. Oh wait, no, he's not Emily's brother, that's the bully. But yeah, it would mean that Emily and the teddy bear kid survived, and it would explain why he remembers you, because you did something either traumatizing or you helped him. So yeah, I would say that the guy in the arena who's like, I remember you, you survived the burning of our village. That's probably the kid who you get the teddy bear from. At least that would make the most sense to me. Avarice, can I chat with you on Discord? Yeah, like Shit Fiction says, I have a Discord server if you ever want to join, you ever want to message us. Obviously I can't do it right now because I'm kind of in the middle of something, but yeah, just send us a message and I'll have a look later. Good luck with the modding tools, video games for everyone. If you need help, you can join my Discord server, or you can look for guides that I have on how to get the programs working. And if you run any issues, just leave a comment and I'll answer you as soon as I can. Thank you, the Ways Nye, I appreciate that. Unless you're just a big blobbing girl. Well, if you can come up with new buildings and a new city, I can try and find a way to add it in. Trip on the blue mushrooms. Well, Ian Hamill, there is actually an edible mushroom in this mod. Obviously, I can't make it so, like, I don't know, your perception of the world starts going all colourful, but it's basically like it gets you really drunk really fast when you eat it. That's like the best I could do. So yeah, there is an edible mushroom that's obviously meant to be a reference to magic mushrooms.
What do you want? I'm just dealing with this brat. He was irritating me, playing with my sister and her stupid teddy bear. Now he won't give it to me, just because I said I'd rip its stupid head off. I told him if he doesn't do what I say, I'm gonna make his life a misery.
Get him off me! Please help! He goes around the town beating up anyone smaller than him. But you look strong. I bet you could scare him off for good.
Right. Now, obviously, we all hate the bully, so no one likes a bully.
I want more pocket money next week. Wah! It hurt! What are you doing?
Get him!
I'm sorry. I'll leave him alone. Just please don't hit me again.
The hero is supposed to animate there.
Thank you. You stopped him good. Thank you. Here, I'll let you look after Rosie. She'll be safe with you.
So it seems that something I forgot to do there is what's called put up your swords, which is basically a command that tells the hero, put away your weapon. But if you use the stick, then he animates properly. But since I used a ranged weapon right at the end there, obviously you didn't animate properly because there's no animation for the ranged weapon. So now we have the teddy bear, which we go in our inventory. Child's toy, almost disgustingly cute. She's still down here. I also noticed that the guy's gone now as well. I never noticed that before.
You found Rosie! Thank you so much! Come on, Rosie. Let's change your stuffing.
So now we've done 4 good deeds, and we can get another 4 gold coins from our father. But before we do that, we still have a little bit more that we can look into. So obviously in the actual game, when you become an adult, there is a graveyard in Oakville. And here, we have an even smaller graveyard. Tutorial 6, New and Extended Regions. There isn't usually a graveyard here, however in Fable the Lost content you will find a lot of new and extended regions, just like this one. This is what is called an extended region, which now contains various new areas inside of an already existing map to make it even more interesting to explore. A new region is the name for a completely new map. These can be found by exploring Albion and finding new paths, doors, or caves. You should then be teleported to somewhere that wasn't in the original game. Sounds cool, right? There's currently over 20 new regions for you to find and explore, and that's not an exaggeration. So far, I have made 20 new regions. This is to help the world of Albion feel like a much bigger world than ever before. Still need more help from the Oakville tutorial? Then simply go inside the Oakville graveyard and you should find a signpost that is right next to a tree. If you also look around, you'll see that there's a mushroom you can highlight. This is another type of ingredient that you can find. A brown mushroom. You'll find different kinds of mushrooms scattered around the forests and towns. The most common one in places like Oakville, Barrow Fields and Greatwood is the brown mushroom. A fresh brown mushroom which can be found deep in the forests of Greatwood. So if we walk inside the graveyard, Oakville Graveyard, please respect those who have passed. So as you can see, it's a nice little comfy area that you can walk to. It has gravestones. Some of these gravestones are references to people I've talked to whilst working on the mod, people who helped us make the mod, and just friends in general. I'll just quickly run through them all. I actually asked people for like, what kind of graves would you like to see, so that's why some of them are very specific. Before we look at anything else, I'll just look at these other gravestones. Right, so now that we've checked all the gravestones, we try interacting with this tree here. As you get close to certain trees and certain rocks, you'll notice that you're actually able to interact with them. But as you can see here, you found a resource, but you need a tool to harvest it. If we walk over here, there's also a rock that says the exact same thing. You found a resource, but you need a tool to harvest it. This is where we read the signposts to tell us what to do. Tutorial 7. Woodcutting. A new feature in Fable the Lost content is the ability to cut down trees and collect their wood as a resource that you can use. This is also known as resource gathering. It can apply to plant gathering, mining, digging, fishing, and even killing creatures that can be found in Albion. As the son of a woodcutter and labourer, you know a lot about the effort that it takes to cut down a tree and harvest its resources. You might look small and scrawny, but I bet you can do it. See that chest on the left there? It contains a stone hatchet and a stone pickaxe. These are special tools which can be used to gather resources from any nearby trees or rocks. The stone hatchet, for example, will allow you to collect yew and oak chunks. You can find hatchets which are made up of even stronger materials, such as iron, steel, obsidian, or master, although I haven't added them in yet. This will allow you to harvest resources that are used to create even stronger weapons. Now that you have went through the woodcutting tutorial, perhaps you would like to learn about mining rocks and ores. Just behind you, there should be another signpost, right in front of some Old Kingdom architecture. Why not give it a read? So before we open the chest, we'll read the mining one, which is pretty much the same. Tutorial 8, mining. Ability to mine rocks and collect the ores. Resource gathering. You're the son of a woodcutter and labourer. The exact same thing applies to mining. The stone pickaxe, for example, will allow you to collect stone and iron chunks from these deposits. You can find the pickaxes, which are made up of even stronger materials such as iron, steel, obsidian, or master. This will allow you to harvest resources that are used to create even more stronger weapons for your adventure. If you're not bored of the Oakfield tutorial yet, then head for the gate by Barrow Fields. You should see another signpost that is near your older sister. So now that we know what that's all about, let's open up this nicely looking chest here. Stone hatchet. And stone pickaxe. Which is basically a hob weapon, but you know, closest thing I could find to a pickaxe. So if we go into our inventory, go to other, here we go, the stone pickaxe. Unlike the weapons that you see all around Albion, this appears to be a special kind of axe that is designed for cutting down trees. This appears to be a special kind of pickaxe that was designed as a tool for mining certain resources from the earth. The pickaxe that you are currently in possession with is crafted from stone and rock. And then each of the tools will have this little description just to remind you of what they do. Same thing with the hatchet. So now if we click on the tree, we can open it up like a chest. And then we have our yew chunk. then if we go in here, open this rock, and then we have a cobblestone. Now, if you didn't know, chunks are actually something that was cut from the game, but it seems that they might have been a predecessor to augmentations. Like, I think the idea was that you crafted your own weapons, and whilst crafting your own weapons, you had to decide how good they were, what kind of specialties they had. Maybe certain materials did better than other materials. So I thought, why not try and find a way to add that into the mod? Oh yeah, and if we go into our inventory, you can also find these chunks. You chunk, an ugly chunk of your rue, raw yew, I said that wrong. An ugly chunk of raw yew. The weakest tree that can be found in the Great Wood and Oakvale region. Since it is easy to cut them down, they are becoming more and more endangered in Albion's ecosystem. Yew can be used to make a couple of useful ranged weapons, like bows and crossbows. A pile of raw cobblestone that you manage to dig from an outcrop in the earth. It is kind of heavy, but you feel as though you can handle the weight of it all. It is mainly used to build roads, structures, and even tools. And then, just like with the tools, there's a little description on what resources are and what you use them for. I'm hoping to add like a disclaimer here for like all sorts of things like the artifacts, the junk items, just so people get a better understanding on what it is that they are picking up and how they can use them. So now that we are done with the graveyard, let's make our way to... Oh yeah, another sparrow that can fly around. Yeah, we'll go see our sister first before we get the money for the chocolates. Here we have another signpost. Tutorial 9, Extended Cutscenes. Maybe you accidentally skipped it right at the start of the game. If you did, that's fine. You can always start the game again. Just try to remember that Fable the Lost content now includes what are known as extended cutscenes. Almost every cutscene in the game has had some kind of change, or it has been extended to include certain details and deliver a more engaging story. I urge you not to skip them and at least give them a chance. Some of them took a very long time to make. You still have one more signpost to find for the Oakvale tutorial. See that gate that is now open near Barrow Fields? Go through the gate and you should see another signpost, which is right next to a unique looking chest. But before we do that, hey look, a couple of beetles. Why don't we kill the beetles? What's funny is, like, the beetle's AI is clearly working right now. Like, it's finding a reason to move around, but they just don't recognize us. They're not like, hey, I need to attack you, so... And if we loot the beetles, we get a beetle chunk. Which, if you can probably tell, I just retextured the U chunk to make it look like a beetle chunk. Go on our inventory, produce, beetle chunk. A soft and gooey chunk of raw parts from a wild rag. I was about to say a rad stag, this isn't Fallout 76. A soft and gooey chunk of raw parts from a wild stag beetle. This is an ingredient just like the lobster claw. Then we have our sister playing about, but we'll talk to her later. For now, we can go through this gate. Oakvale. This little hamlet is known for being the most peaceful place in Albion. And here we have an interesting looking chest. Now, as you'll be able to check, if you were to examine this chest without having the required item, then it would just say the same thing as like if you were interacting with the trees or the rocks and you didn't have the tool to harvest them. As in, it will just say, you found a resource, you need a tool to open it. That's because I used the same text for a silver key that only needed one key. But since silver keys don't just need one key, I thought I might as well just use the text for something else. Tutorial 10. Mini-quests. Sometimes it feels like a certain quest ends far too quickly. If only there was a way to make them last longer. Well, now there is a way to make them feel longer. This is done through the use of a feature in Fable the Lost content that is known as mini-quests. Mini-quests are effectively new objectives which have been added to most quests in the game. You are currently at the camp of an enthusiast cook in Oakvale who wants nothing more than to make some old-fashioned lobster claw stew. You should see a note in his tent, which will explain more details about how you can help him with this quest. There's a good chance you've already done it. Do you see the strange looking chest? This is what is known as a mini quest chest. Read the note in the tent, learn what item you need to receive, and take it to the chest. Then you should be rewarded for your efforts. Items you have received from a mini-quest are usually rare and valuable, depending on the difficulty of the objective. So, that's all the information I give you right now for the Oakvale tutorial, but trust me, you will be seeing me again. Good luck, hero. So, this is the lobster chef, as I like to call him. As you can see, he's a slightly retextured version of the innkeeper in Oakvale. That's why he has a lot more green and a lot more gold to his design, and a lot more grey.
You again, boy.
You again, boy. As we can see, the signpost was right. He does have a note. Help wanted, lobster menace. So if we go in our inventory, other help wanted, lobster menace. Which, if you didn't know, lobster menace is actually the name of a quest that was cut from the game. As its name suggests, you had to kill lobsters during the tutorial. The chef's request. And as you can see here, it just talks about how there were lobsters terrorizing the beach of Oakvale, and how he wants nothing more than them to be killed. Objective, go to the beach in Oakvale and see if you can exterminate the 2 giant lobsters that are roaming around. Once you've killed them, collect their lobster claws and head back to the chef's tent. You should now be able to open the strange looking chest that can be found there. So, now that we know that that's what we have to do, and if we go into our inventory, now that we know we've definitely got lobster claws, we've got 2 of them. So, now if we interact with the chest, boom, it opens. Lobster de la creme. Which is basically meant to be like a creamy lobster stew. There's different kinds of soups that you can find in the game. So I thought I'd make different kinds, like lobster stew, beetle broth, and so on. If you eat the lobster stew, it will actually give you like strength points to make your character get, you know, strength EXP. Here we have the pigeon breeder. He's a slightly retextured trader, kind of in the colours of pigeons. Here we have a note that goes over a bit of lore about the pigeon breeder. Oh, I already went past it. There we are. And here he talks a bit about how pigeon breeding and taming is a dying trade, so he's kind of depressed about that. As you can see, he really likes pigeons. Not only is he dressed in the colours, but he has plenty of pigeons. Which, as you can probably tell, it's just a retextured sparrow. Just made to look kind of like a pigeon. If we look on the desk, we have a carrot. We can steal the carrot that they were eating. And then we have pigeon feathers, which is, if you remember about the signpost that was talking about artifacts, this is one of those special collections. You can find different feathers around Albion for different types of birds. So far, only the pigeon feathers have been added. I'm hoping to find other places where I can place other breeders where you'll find other feathers. There's all sorts of different kinds of birds. There's robins, pigeons, seagulls, ravens, blackbirds, cockerikis, and budgerigas, or budgies for short. The gate to Barrow Fields. Obviously you can't go through the gate because you can't go to Barrow Fields. I tried my best to make it so you can't properly look past the fence. So now if we go back to town, I think we've pretty much done everything. Yeah. So now we can go back to town and talk to our Father Brom. Get the rest of our monies. He's probably going to tell us off for committing one bad deed, but despite the fact that we committed 4 good deeds, so you would think it would balance it out, but apparently not.
I'm a man of my word, so here's the gold for your good deeds. But if you think that I'll turn a blind eye to your mischief, you're very wrong. Look, try to keep out of trouble, please, for me. Well, I think you may have enough there, son. Have you spoken to the trader?
So now we have 7 gold pieces. Now obviously we can go to the trader, get our box of chocolates.
Get your miscellaneous items here. Ooh, you're lucky I've still got these sweets. Quickly, give me 3 gold pieces now, and they're yours. Young sir, they are yours. Wish your sister a happy birthday from me now, won't you?
There we go, we've pretty much done the Oakville tutorial.
Oh, what a strange little boy he is.
You're a real test of this guard's patience, Sonny. Today, a juvenile delinquent. Tomorrow, Bargate Prison. Mark my words.
Whatever you say, guard. We'll look into the mushroom. So now we can talk to our sister. First, we'll collect a few of these mushrooms. Obviously, with them being an item, you can't just walk over them. I believe there's another one in here. Yeah, totally missed it. So these are all the items we have so far. 2 trophies, 14 different types of produce, the only real one from the original game being a carrot. And then all of these items, although you will lose the fishing rod and the spade when you've done your childhood part of the game, because obviously you gotta get them again. I mean, there's a whole damn tutorial about getting the fishing rod, so wouldn't make sense if you already had one. We have our 2 weapons. And then we have our first haircut card. So we're ready to continue our adventure and talk to our sister.
Hello, little brother. I hope you haven't forgotten what day it is, like you did last year. I'm sorry if I woke you up last night. It was another of those dreams. I was standing in this field when something happened, but I can't remember what. Never mind that, though. I'm still waiting for my present. I knew you were going to bring me chocolates. It's just like my dream. Come on, let's go home. Mother will be back for my party any minute now.
Right, before I start this cutscene, I'm going to quickly sort my phone just so I don't have to talk while I'm playing the cutscene. And I'll be able to still reply to messages. Right, let's start this cutscene.
Wait, there's something wrong.
Bandits!
It's really happening. They're here. You've got to hide. Stay behind that fence till I come and get you. You'll be safe there. I've got to tell Father what's happening. That's what I did in the dream. But...
Got one!
Come now. It isn't polite to leave without saying goodbye.
Man, I'm so excited. Killing traders is the best. After guards, of course. Those pigs are gonna squeal. No prisoners, remember? We can massacre everything in sight. Lovely.
They're mine.
Run for it!
Ah! Jack!
By Scorn, it's Jack.
Only one left. You aren't making this much of a challenge.
Fine. If that's the way it has to be. I'm in a killing mood. Don't test my patience.
I have a family. You can't do this.
You disgusting freak. Let him go. He doesn't know anything.
You don't even know what you're fighting against.
This'll hurt. You'll not see another day.
Bastard!
It's killing time.
Ooh!
It hurts!
And now your flesh and blood is waiting for me.
Evil had come to Oakvale. Bandits wielding torches and steel, slaying and burning all in their path. Blood-red flames lit the night as the villagers screamed and begged for mercy, and soon their bodies filled the streets. Then the raiders reached the last house, where the boy and his family lived. It was them they had slaughtered so many to find. The father fought to protect his kin, but he was no warrior, and fell mortally wounded. The bandits ripped the house apart, but could not find the boy. Through torture and threats, his mother and sister remained silent, and their furious attackers took them both. From the nearby woods, the boy watched as all he knew was taken away. His whole life was crushed to ashes. He was alone.
I'll plug my mic back in there, but right, now we've watched probably the longest cutscene in the entire game. Took us a lot of effort to do all that. We have an extra beetle we can kill, just to get us started with the bandits. So as you'll look around, you'll notice little Easter eggs like this. If you look very closely, it's Teresa and Twinblade, because obviously, as we know, Twinblade apparently saves Teresa. So I thought it would be a nice little nod to add that in. Obviously, you might have also seen in the cutscenes that has also been shown. There's also bodies you can now interact with. That'll display a bit of text. You watch this man get shot in the back with an arrow from a crossbow. If you watch the cutscene, he gets shot with an arrow from a crossbow, which is supposed to shoot bolts and not arrows, but whatever game. And then we have, you watch this woman get slashed by a bandit's longsword, which are little nods to what happened in the cutscene. The bandits blocked the path in their destruction. You need to find another way around. As you can see, there's clearly a bandit there that knows where I am. Okay, right, I was not expecting him to do that. I feel like he's going to come all the way here and try to find us now, but whatever. We'll enjoy our freedom while we can. This looks like it could be the body of the woman who I saw with Orwyn Gown, which, if you aren't familiar, Orwyn Gown is the name of the guy who cheated on his wife. So this is the woman who you found with him that fled when his actual wife came to tell him off. Now, we could just go across the bridge like the game expects us to. It would play out just exactly like you would expect it to. But instead, we can go an alternative route. Tutorial 11, Interactive Environments. Oh, you thought you were done with the Oakville tutorial, did you? Well, I still got 2 more useful tips for you, so keep looking. Do you see that bright blue highlight that appears on certain objects in the world? These are objects that you can interact with, which act similar to this signpost. This can cause 2 things to occur. The first one is that the object can display text to help you inform you about something that is involved with the story. The second interaction is the fact that the object may have an animation or camera angle associated with it. Take these smaller crates, for example. You could just cross the Oakville Bridge to quickly get to your childhood home, like the game expects you to. However, you can just move these crates out of the way and then explore the town of Oakville. Yes, while it is still being raided. Walk up to the crate and press the button that you use to interact with objects, or talk to NPCs. This should trigger an animation where your hero is actually able to pick up the crate and hold it in their hands, allowing them to move it out of the way. Give it a try and get revenge on those bandits. Just be careful, this will be your first real fight, and death is always a possibility in this world. Are you still interested in following the Oakville tutorial? You can find the final soundpost over by the shore. It seems someone is occupying the beach. Oh, there is the bandit. Thank God my reflexes kicked in there. So as you can see here, you can fight bandits. Takes a few hits to kill them, obviously because you're a child with a stick, but still possible. Also, you may have noticed more birds still flying around. This is actually a raven, which is like all dark black, and it's a bit bigger. But obviously it's a bit hard to tell because it just keeps flying around. But yeah, that's actually a totally different bird. Oh, there's 2 of them. Yeah. 3 of them, okay. They're supposed to be at different points on the map, but it seems they've all congregated together. That's funny. Right, so let's actually use the crates now. As you can see, you can highlight the crates, and when you interact with them, it plays an animation where you pick up the crate. This appears to be like a cut animation for like a job that you were meant to do, where you could pick up crates, similar to what the townsfolk do. But yeah, as you can see, the animation's a little buggy. The object doesn't really stay in the place it should be. There are only certain items where it'll actually look like it's pretty legit. You also roll around with it, which makes no sense. And you can block with it, so you can just look like a crate if you want to. Or you can punch with it, which then kind of forces the crate to stay in place. Also, you don't need to move the crates out the way. They don't have any physics, so you can just roll right through them like it doesn't matter. I'm hoping to add physics later, so you actually have a reason to pick them up. So let's explore the town of Oakville. As you can see, it's not possible for you to go over here anymore, so if you didn't check before the raid, you're kind of screwed. It seems that this guard was writing a love letter to his wife before the raid had occurred. And we have a green apple to give us health. Don't know what it is with certain words today. My tongue's just not doing it. Speaking of which, let's alter our hotkeys a little bit. Unfortunately, you can't change the hotkeys for your what's it called? Your expressions, because they're all in skills, and obviously we can't access skills yet. But we can do it for our items, so obviously green apple always comes first. It won't let us add it for some reason. Okay, right, for some reason it's not letting us add my hotkeys, but whatever. We'll do that later on, I guess. But I shouldn't die, I should be fine. It's only bandits. As you can see, there's plenty of bandits. I think there's around 4 or 5 that you can fight while you're waiting. Or whilst you're exploring. Obviously, doing the, what's it called? Flourish is like the best thing you can do because it just stuns them. And then you just keep kicking the hell out of them. And you also walk over here. Poor kid, even he didn't deserve this fate. Obviously it's the model of an adult villager because they're the only types of corpses that exist. Males and females, but it's technically supposed to be the bully. If you watched in the cutscene, he was getting attacked by a bandit, trying to protect his sister Emily, who, as we all know, was the only survivor of the raid on Oakville. Well, there was technically 2 survivors. If we look over here, there's a nice little book. Emily appears to be writing a book about the events of this raid, which is a nice little reference. This time we can destroy the barrels without any repercussions. We'll actually find items like 10 gold pieces. We'll also find some food. Now we actually have food and green apples and carrots in our hotkeys. And there's Emily. Hello, Emily. And there's a brother.
Hello.
Well, not a brother, but, you know, the kid who also survives the raid. They're just walking around.
Yeah.
You also have another opportunity to try the rope that leads to the chest, but it'll just say the exact same thing. Now let's try and kill the rest of these bandits, and then we'll explore the town. That just completely knocked him out. Normal apple pie. Another corpse we can interact with. This looks like the trader that I talked to earlier. I kinda like that guy. But yeah, I believe there's a gravestone in Fable 2 that heavily implies that Merkel the Trader died during the raid on Oakville, so... Poor guy. Oop, that one raven that's just hovering in the sky. Oh look, it's the tree we interacted with earlier. Well, the mound of dirt, and it's finally grown into a sapling. The bandits have put their own graffiti on the sign. It looks like a bad word. Your acorn has already turned into a sapling. Let's hope it survives the raid. So yeah, our tree has so far progressed a little bit into a nice little sapling. If only trees grew that quickly in real life, then I think the world would be a much better place.
Brace yourself for the pain.
Ooh, I just timed that perfectly. Be careful, as breaking these barrels will give you evil alignment. Bandit ears. Yeah, another ingredient that you can find on bandits this time. You can also find other stuff like villager heads and guard heads, like the head of a guard. Poor barman. I guess you could say that you served his last drink or two for the day. Find 50 gold pieces up here. So we're already getting a good amount of gold. Now, originally I had a hidden item that you can find here, which was originally called the Tankard of the Gods, but I'm considering changing that into something else. I feel like finding that as a kid really doesn't make any sense at all, so... You'll definitely find another item here, but for now it's just going to be barren. This man looks dead, but it turns out he is just really drunk. If you look, he is actually dead. There's blood all over him, but it's nice to poke a little fun at the game sometimes. Now, anyone who's looked at objects in Fable a bit too long might have noticed that a lot of things look like dicks. This mod is no stranger to that. I don't know what it is about the people who made Fable, but they really like to make things shaped like a dick, so that's a tradition I'm hoping to continue. Tutorial 12. Easter eggs. Everybody likes a good Easter egg every now and then. Heck, the land of Albion was already chock full of them. Even Fable the Lost content has plenty of new Easter eggs and changes that try to add some form of nuance to the story. Do you see those characters over by the beach? That's another form of Easter egg, but I won't go into detail about it. You're just going to have to try and get a better look at it to see who they might be. A lot of these Easter eggs are hidden out of the way like this. Sometimes they reference the story, things which were cut from the game, and even other video games, so keep an eye out. Those of you who are perceptive might have already noticed a few of them already, both before and during the raid on Oakville. Also, if you haven't gathered by now, a big part about this mod is the idea of exploring. Go everywhere, do everything. Find something different and do something different. There are plenty of new features to help keep the experience fresh. this concludes the Oakvale tutorial. Thank you for reading. When you are ready, head on up to see Brom. He appears to be in trouble. So as it says, we can't go to the beach now because of these boxes, but we do notice that there are a few characters over there. I wonder who they could be. But before we do that, let's have a look at these other shops. Surely we'll find some more items. So if we go in the item shop, we'll find some more items we can steal, like another tattered book. I think you can take this lantern. Yeah, another old lantern. And then if we go around the corner, we have one will potion, which, I mean, will potions are useless to us right now, but it's good to start off the game prepared. So our first will potion. Now if we go into the weapon shop, or the armory I guess you could call it, we have a few more items. Old lantern again. And we have a health potion this time. There's also this bag of flour that I don't believe is used in the game. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. Although there's one more thing. Now, the signpost was actually lying to you. There's one more, but it's sort of like a hidden thing. I wanted people to walk past and go, oh, what's that? Should I go have a look at this? So obviously, you'll be here going, how do I reach this weird key thing? And that's when your weapon comes in. Boom. Now, we can have a look at this weird key. Our first golden key. Obviously it just shows the tutorial text for a silver key. You may have also noticed that the fairy ring is no longer here as well. Tutorial 13, Golden Keys. Wow, you managed to find your first golden key, and I didn't even have to tell you where to find it. The golden key is sort of like a silver key. It is used to open golden key chests. However, golden key chests are not spread around Albion and can only be found in one location. There are rumours of a castle somewhere deep in the mountains, which has a room made of pure gold. If you can find and collect all 10 golden keys, then the rewards will be worth the effort. If we go in our inventory, there we are, a golden key. It's worth double the price of a silver key. You can open golden chests for these special keys. They are a lot more rare and harder to find than silver keys. Now if we walk up here, we actually get a better angle at who these are meant to be over here. As you can probably tell, it's meant to be Maze, Jack of Blades, and Scarlet Robe, who look like they're going on a boat to Bargate Prison. Because you can't teleport to Bargate Prison, so... Here is the destroyed well. And these are the graves of Orwyn and I think she's called Karina Gown. This looks like the body of Orwin Gown. I guess it could have been worse for him. Here lies the body of Karina Gown. I suppose she no longer has a reason to be angry. And then these look like divorce papers. Whatever that means, because obviously a child wouldn't know what divorce is. So I believe that's everything other than the dog over here. You can interact with the dog, which, if you're not aware, according to Peter Molyneux, something that was meant to be in the game was that your dog would be nailed to the front door of your house. No idea why, don't know if he just said that because he thought it sounded cool, but apparently that was the intended ending point for your dog. That he would just die and be nailed to your front door and then you would want to get revenge. And originally, this was where the story of the dog was going to end in this mod as well, but you'll see what I mean when Niz shows up. He isn't looking too good. You can't help but feel anger and sorrow. Now we have Brom, which you could attack. You could attack right now and he will get up, but it messes with the cutscene because he's meant to be like that the whole entire time. So if we walk up here,
over here. Hero. Your enthusiasm for the battle is exemplary, if sometimes misplaced.
And now, my sweet, you're going to tell me where the key is.
We must leave. It's not safe here. They're all dead. You don't want to join them, do you? Then give me your hand. I thought you'd have a stronger stomach than that. Come on. Save your energy, boy. It's not me you want to fight. You might not realize it, but I just saved your life. There's nothing left for you in Oakvale. And if you'd stayed, you'd be as dead as the rest of them. Come with me.
You'll never catch up with me.
My name is Maze, and I'm the head of the Guild of Heroes. You must have heard of it. Those who live here are granted sanctuary and learn the ways of the hero. You'll find nowhere safer in all of Albion, nor a better place to call your home. And if it's vengeance you want, you'll need the training only we can offer. Here we are. I'll introduce you to the Guildmaster. He'll be your guide from now on. I have a new student for you. Put him in the dorm upstairs with the girl.
You don't look much like hero material to me. But Maze knows what he's doing, I suppose. Well, follow me then.
No, boy. You're supposed to report to the Guildmaster, not me.
You'll be sharing this room with Whisper, one of our brightest young pupils. She's playing in the woods right now, but you'll meet her in the morning. For now, you should get some sleep. Your training starts tomorrow. You're looking a little worse for wear. Here.
Raids on this village are quite frequent. I wouldn't be surprised if the bandit camp is somewhere nearby.
I knew there had to be some part of you that could be reasoned with.
Yeah, we be taking risks. How about you down to go, pieces?
Greetings, Master.
Good show of initiative. I suppose you're tired now. Shall I show you to your room? Well, in that case, come back later.
We make a good team, don't you think?
Thanks for clearing the woods out. Good work.
Can you imagine becoming champion? Just think, if Thunder and I ever made it home, they'd treat us like gods.
Whisper cleared the woods out, so it's safe to enter.
Shouldn't you be practicing your will abilities?
Ha ha! Well done, Whisper. That put Fanboy in his place. Shame you couldn't see me fight in the arena. But you'll be that soon yourself, though, won't you?
If we stick together, I really think we can make it. We should really get some sleep now.
Do you remember?
Not much, I wager. A most terrible night.
There is really no time for this, old wizard.
It's almost over, and it will be easier with the boy here. If I hear anything else, I'll let you know. In the meantime, I'm sure you have plenty to do.
Can't you hear it calling? Can't you?
We see the darkness within you, hero. You have spilt the blood of the innocent in your quest for power. We judge you unworthy.
Then the sword will be his, and it'll be too late.
It's time to wake up. You must be my roommate. Shorter than I expected. My name's Whisper. I've been here for a month. Had the room to myself till now, too. But that's all right. You know you talk in your sleep. Sounded like a bad nightmare. Happens to a lot the first week. Some don't even last that long. You won't either if you don't get moving. The Guildmaster is waiting for us in the map room. You don't want to be late on your first day. Follow me. Looks like the Guildmaster got tired of waiting for you. He's probably at the training grounds across the river. Let's go!
You doing any training?
Have you talked to Sarah in the servants' quarters? She's looking for help.
Caramotoca speliata non fidicat mercantalius.
I'd like a house in the town, I think.
Still a hero, are you? Sometimes I fear for the future.
We gotta be careful. I've heard shocking things from people.
We all admire you so much. That's very nice of you.
Been on any quests, Thunder?
You're famous, Thunder. Did you know?
Can I see your weapon, Thunder?
Hey, I heard Scythe arguing with Maze last night.
They're saying Scythe might leave. Doesn't surprise me. Him and Maze have never agreed on things.
Ugh.
I did it in 50 seconds! No one has beaten that!
Yeah, well, if it wasn't for my injured leg, I'd beat that time.
No chance! I'm the fastest guild apprentice by miles!
Listen, can you help me out? I have to make an apple pie for the Guildmaster at the end of the week. But I can't find any more red apples. I only need another 4. Oh, sorry. I'm up to my eyes in washing and cleaning. That's just mean.
Always good to see you, Briar Rose.
Just because you're from the guild doesn't make us friends, you know.
You want to know why I did it, don't you?
Will you grow up? You're not achieving anything by this.
Right, so obviously we've done the childhood portion of Oakvale, and now we're up to the childhood portion of the Heroes Guild. But before I continue, I will have to take a quick break, and then we'll continue where we left off. So, just in case the game crashes, I'll save right here. Then it'll just mean skipping the cutscenes. Right, I will be right back. go. So, like I said before, there's very high chance that the game will crash during the Heroes Guild part of the game, but
This is the guild shop. When you're older, you can
won't
buy...
be disappointed here.
so I've tried to make it so you can't walk to the new areas that you can find in the Heroes Guild.
The cloisters are so quiet.
Because you'll find new items and you'll only lose them when you become an adult, so I tried my best to make it so you can't pick them up. Here we have the statues dedicated to the legendary heroes. Solsius, Holdor, and Delphi, I think? Yeah.
I did it in 50
Might as well go and
seconds.
raise Maz's room first.
Maze lives upstairs. Best stay away though. He's a scary man.
Here we have Briar Rose.
The journey's length is of no consequence. The Oracle must be protected.
How can you be so sure? We might need you here. Who knows what battles we might face?
The signs are too strong to ignore, and the Northern Wastes have been too long isolated from the Guild. There is much I may learn there.
Well, I hope nobody thinks you're running away from a fight, trying to cheat death again. You know how people talk.
Talk is of no matter to me. May death close his eyes to you, Maze.
What are you waiting for? Come in. That was Scythe. He was a great hero once, back when he had flesh on his bones and blood in his veins. He's just a shell now. What does he know of the choices we have to make, of what it takes to get things done?
Just some slight changes to that cutscene. There's also some new stuff up there, if we can find a way to get there. So if we go back through, I'm pretty sure you can find Thunder as well. I should have really went upstairs first, to be honest. There he is. He has his helmet this time. But obviously, they don't interact with you. They basically act like villagers. And obviously, once you've done your guild training, they'll disappear. There's a new area you can access.
Can you help me out? I have to make an apple pie for the guildmaster at the end of the week. But I can't find any more red apples. I only need another 4. If you find enough, can you bring them back here? I'll reward you.
Whatever you say, Sarah. I'm sure I'll find some apples eventually.
This is where the archers train. I prefer using my staff.
Like how they're just so like huddled up to get together. So we'll collect our apples.
This is the entrance to the Guild Woods. I heard giant beetles lived there.
Now, this is technically a character that was cut from the game, called the Guild Woods Guard, who was meant to prevent you from going into the Guild Woods unless you got permission from the Guild Master first. You'll obviously see him acting in cutscenes. Apparently the guy who tells you not to enter the Guild Woods when you're able to kill the Guild Master has the same name. He's also referred to as the Guild Woods Guard, which might be a little reference to that cut content. There's another path over here. Obviously this is a new area, but you can't access it because of this little bridge. Maybe I should come back after my guild training. Fence obviously isn't meant to be there, but just while you're a child. That way you won't lose anything.
This is where heroes focus their will powers.
Oh, there's another red apple there. I totally missed it.
You've finally prized yourself from your pillow, I see. Over here, come on then. Let's see what you're capable of.
Yeah, you definitely...
Ready?
Oh, I just realised, video games for everyone, thank you for welcoming me back. And yeah, Cyanide,
Are you ready?
Yeah, Briar Rose and Thunder probably wouldn't talk to some random kid anyways.
All right, lad. It's time to see if you've any potential. Get in the ring. Now then, I want you to hit that dummy as hard as you can. Just keep going till I tell you to stop. Not making much of an impact there, are you? Here, try with this.
Hero actually animates to receiving the stick.
Ah, now that's more like it. When you destroy an enemy like this dummy, it drops an experience orb. These orbs contain the knowledge gained from killing the creature. It's very important that you collect these orbs, or you won't learn anything. Now pick it up.
And obviously the game will literally not continue until you do it, so... What if I just walk over here and ignore the experience orb like it doesn't exist? Come on, lad, pick up the experience orb. Don't know what you're talking about, Guildmaster. I'm supposed to go do my will training, aren't I? I wonder what happens if you try to talk to him.
Come on, lad. Pick up the experience orb.
Yeah, nothing. Go on, experience orb. We're gonna go on an adventure.
Pick up the experience orb.
We're gonna go on an adventure. Come on, experience orb, you're my new friend. Come on. We're gonna go on an adventure. Screw our guild training. We're gonna make memories together. Oh. Don't pick up my experience orb. Oh, looks at the stairs. Well, might as well pick it up.
Well done, lad. Now then, tomorrow we'll... That's the guild alarm. Sounds like there might be something loose in the woods. This is a good opportunity to test your spirit. I'll wait for you at the guild woods entrance, while you deal with the problem. Once you're done, we can talk about starting your training.
It's a shame that the cutscene's a bit dark, because it's night time. Might be a bit hard to see what's going on, but hey. At least there's a torch there.
Sorry, apprentice, this area's off limits to sprats like you. There's a nasty infestation of beetles.
You'll only learn from experience, boy. Go and kill those beetles in the woods.
Are you sure you don't want to back out? Nothing wrong with being a coward, you know.
You can't expect to train as a hero if you can't deal with a few insects.
The log is in the woods. Go and kill those beetles.
Kill the beetles infesting the guild woods. Literally a quest where you cannot die. To be honest, it's pretty hard to die. And the guild master only revives her anyways, so...
Use your stick.
What if I don't want to use my stick?
Use your stick.
What if I want to be a true hero and I'll just fight with my fists?
Use your stick.
Here we have the Queen Stag Beetle, which are pretty much what the red ones are called, apparently. Don't know what the fuck was going on with that beetle there.
Well done, lad. The beetles are all dead. You can come out of the woods now.
Don't know, I don't think they're all dead, Guildmaster. There we go. Now they're all dead. Whilst we're here... Oh, look, an entranceway. I wonder what that could lead to. But since it's really dark, let's just go out of the Heroes Guild, the Guild Woods right now.
Nice work. That should make the woods safer a little longer.
Good work, lad. Those beetles can be a damn nuisance. Here, I think you've earned yourself some pocket money for that.
Our first guild seal. Level 1.
If you want more gold, I'm sure the servants could use your help with something. Or you can get an early night.
So we could go and do the other objectives if we want to. I'll quickly read these. Why is this game so beautiful? I mean, it was probably the best looking Xbox original game in my opinion. Alright guys, it's getting really late. Good night. Good luck with the stream and the project. See you later, Cat with Cigarette. Thank you for joining the stream. Will this be available to play with? You can actually play a version of this mod right now, version 0.6, but the one I'm working on is 0.7, which I'm hoping to release very soon. It addresses a lot of the issues that the last version had. The adult guard isn't able to take care of the beetles. Better send in the child. Yeah, it's weird that that's probably why the Guildwood's guard was removed, because it literally doesn't make sense. The beetle fight was scary when I started a no damage run, as I didn't have access to physical shield yet. Yeah, I can imagine. Fable, I swear that, like, if you play the game without ever getting hit, the game finds a way to make sure you get hit. It's like the AI, like, improves its, like, what's the word? Reflexes based on how well you've been playing. So if you never get hit, the game is trying to get you hit. Crossbows are a very big example of this.
The guild was now the boy's life. The memory of the Oakvale flames still scorched his mind, but soon he had no thought other than training, and he became stronger and more agile with every passing year. His days were filled with grueling exercises, the nights with study in the library. Finally, he was ready to become a guild apprentice, just as Maze had foreseen. The real training was about to begin.
Get out of bed, lazy bones. We were supposed to meet the guildmaster on the other side of the river. But that was an hour ago. We better get going. Race you there. There you are. I've been waiting for ages. You know I can't take my final test until I've beaten you in the melee ring. I hope you're ready to lose. Come on.
So that was actually an unused cutscene in the game that I just extended onto the end of that one. So my guess is you were supposed to race Whisper like you normally would until you got to this point, and then that's when she would say the stuff. Like, the actual cutscene itself I haven't edited at all. That's exactly how it's supposed to play out. I just put it on the end of the one where she talks to you for the first time. And then she's gonna run there and act like she beat us.
Late again? You do seem to have a problem getting up, lad.
Talk to the guildmaster. Then we can get started.
Yeah, let's have a look. I've just got the modding toolkit installed, just about to learn how to make a building right now. Good luck, video games for everyone. It can feel a bit tedious, like the tools, you can tell they're very old, but once you get into it, it's really fun to just mod the game. See what ways you can change Fable.
Let us commence then.
Right, please game, please don't crash.
You can put that old stick away. We'll begin training with real weapons now. Get used to the weight of this sword, and let's see if you can hit Whisper with it.
I mean, if the game does crash, I do have a save that's already done the guild training.
Come on then. Let's see what you've got, farm boy. Come on. Hit me! What you waiting for? I'm waiting. Come on, you farmhand. Attack me then. Do it.
He's just very awkward about hitting a girl.
Ow!
There we go. Game crashed. Don't know what it is about the fight with Whisper. It's always that part. I'll try this again. But I mean, after that point, I really don't think there's anything else that goes on in the Heroes Guild. It's pretty much the same, so we can move on from that part. But yeah, if you run into this issue where it crashes during the Heroes Guild, just load up a save, that's already done it. I mean, I know how to edit the existing textures, but I'm not a 3D modeler. I wouldn't know how to make actual objects. So as you can see here, I've got a character that's already completed the guild training, so we can actually properly explore the Heroes Guild without any repercussions.
Guildmaster, it's you. I see that.
So here we have a book that's just called The Lost Content. It'll explain to you everything you need to know about the mod. I don't think it does yet. I only added... Oh yeah, it's also in logbook. Books... There we go. Yeah, this has still got the text from version 0.6. It just gives you tips and hints about what to expect while you're playing. New content, lore, exploration, cutscenes, new equipment, expressions, material chests, unique traders, ingredients, resources, artifacts, stealing, and then just something to do with the bugs. This is the first little area we can go to. As we can see, there's a nice little door here. Walk up to the library balcony. And it turns out that this balcony is actually solid. Like, I don't know why they added this into the game and it never gets used. But I added this evil apprentice and a little chest here. Here we have a thief's note, 50 gold pieces, the bribery expression, and the pickpocket expression. And then you get the dark apprentice robes, just like he has.
What's happening?
So yeah, Dark Apprentice robes. Everything's organised as well, so all of the apprentice robes are together, all of the villager outfits are together, all of the leather armour is together, all of the plate armour is together, so on and so on. That way you don't have to like look around for the one you want, they're all just together. You just go Apprentice, Dark Apprentice, Light Apprentice. Here we have the Thief's Note, which is a bit of lore behind why he's up here. And the reason why he had the pickpocket and bribery expressions. Speaking of which, here are our expressions. Oh yeah, this character's not going to have all the new ones, other than bribery and pickpocket. Just because they are responsible for your safety doesn't mean that they can't be a little corrupt either. If you find yourself in a bit of a pickle with the law, it might be a good idea for you to sprinkle a few gold coins into the hands of an Albion guard. Since the game already has a mechanic that allows you to pay fines for your crimes, this expression won't actually do anything outside of playing an animation. So I'll just add that in case people were expecting it to actually do something. And then pickpocketing. Use this on a person to initiate pickpocketing, but make sure no one can see you. Watch the pickpocketing bar as you hold down the button. The longer you do this, the greater the chance of successfully pickpocketing the target, and the greater the chance they'll turn around and spot you. Note, this expression actually works, but it can be a little buggy, and was clearly never finished. It may take you a couple of tries to actually receive an item from certain villagers. So we'll definitely try them out later, but I'm pretty sure pickpocketing risks crashing the game. Because obviously it's an unfinished mechanic. But there are actually, this guy for example, you can steal a handkerchief from him if you successfully pull it off. I've got to make it so you can't actually see us. Yeah, as you can see on the top right, the bar does go up, but they just randomly, like, see you for, like, no reason. So it could take a couple of tries, but you can't actually pickpocket stuff from people. And then we have bribery, which is literally just an animation that you can do to the guards.
Quest business? Oh, so that's what a hero looks like.
There's also an animation for the guards that was cut where they obviously receive the money. I'm guessing that was the old paying for your fines mechanic.
Oh, he's that chicken chaser. Look at him go!
There's a few more stuff we can find in the Heroes Guild.
Chicken chaser.
We'll go to the Servants' Quarters. Here we'll find a new door. Enter the Servants' Quarter. Here we have this nice little room. Basically just more places for the servants to sleep at. And then here's our pet dog. It's still alive. With a nice little picture of Brom, just so you know it's definitely your dog. We try to highlight the dog, which can be a bit tedious because of that damn fucking bed. It appears Maze managed to also save your dog from the attack on Oakville. Yeah, he's a good doggy. Here we have more items we can get. The beetle broth, which is like blue instead of red. And just a few food items. There's also another door. Ah. Right. It seems that I've forgot to set that to only appear during the guild training. But there is meant to be another door behind there that would take you to Whisper's secret area. But all you get is Whisper's staff, and you need 5 silver keys anyways. Yeah, it's definitely something I'm gonna have to fix. We'll go this way. We'll go get the light apprentice robes this time. the Old Adventurer's Note, Old Longsword, Novice Bow, and then the Light Apprentice Robes. So the kind of joke here is that the note, the weapons, and the outfit belong to the Old Adventurer, which is the name of the beggar that can be found in Lookout Point. Because he claims that he was once a hero himself. And there's a bit of lore behind how he managed to get his outfit. Speaking of the outfits, let's actually check them out. And here, like I said, they're all organised, so you have Apprentice outfit, Dark Apprentice, Bright, and then the hooded versions. They're all together, you don't have to look for them. So here's the Dark Apprentice robes. And then we have the Light Apprentice robes, which is a texture I had to make myself. Light Apprentice robes pretty much look the same as Dark Apprentice robes, so they just have like a white line, and I was like, that's not good enough. So here we have Light Apprentice robes, which are white with a gold trim. Now we have our two new weapons. Old Longsword. And a bit of lore behind the Old Adventurer and his weapon. I just realised how much text is actually on that one. And then the Novice Bow. The Novice Bow is pretty funny, I'll show you what I mean in a second. It's really common for the Heroes Guild to make bows and crossbows for their apprentices. However, the person who made this longbow clearly had their head on backwards. So here's the Old Longsword. The blade's kind of a bit wavy, like it's been dented. And obviously it's very rusty. And obviously it just acts like a normal sword. Does slightly less damage than Iron Longsword. Now we have the Novice Bow. You can probably see what I mean now about it being backwards. I don't know why it animates like this. I've tried everything in regards to like replacing the model of like a normal bow with this mesh, but I'm guessing the mesh is the issue. It seems to be facing the wrong way, so you just have this going on. There's also this nice little door. You can enter Maze's secret area. Just like with Whisper, Maze has his own little secret area that we found up here. And then these signposts will let you know that opening this chest will change your hero title to Maze. Because obviously if you open it and then you find out, oh, it has the Maze hero title, well then you've just lost your hero title, so just in case people don't want to lose the hero titles. And we can just go, wee, because apparently that balcony's not hollow, even though the one side near the library apparently was hollow, so no idea what crack the developers were smoking there, but okay.
Don't break any bones.
Another hero. Aw, chicken chasing.
I think there's one more little area we can go to, and then we'll check the guild woods. Oh yeah, before we go in there, we'll walk in here. The silver key. There's more silver keys to find than the normal 30 that you would normally find. And that's because I plan to make like 50 like silver key chests that require 50 silver keys, for example. A destructible cart. Attacking it will instantly destroy it. Looks like the game is right. And here we have an interesting feature that's obviously not finished yet, but we can use it. Here we have a book that talks about the Fae Realm, which is meant to be like another dimension that you can go to by using this music box, which anyone who plays Fable 2 might know how important the music box is. Would you like to take a trip to the past? Yes. And this will take us to the Old Heroes Guild, also known as the Hero Center. I only just realised that it's not playing music. If we try to go through this door, the Fae Realm is under construction, and that's because I haven't done it yet. But the whole point of the Fae Realm is that it's going to be a challenging place. Like, say you've, I don't know, you played through the entire game, and you want something more challenging, this will be the place for that. And just in general, if you want, like, something different to the average gameplay.
What do you reckon to that
I
one?
wonder who that hero bloke is.
The boasting pedestal. Take a bet on whether or not you can complete a boast for a quest. And yeah, this is apparently the old boasting pedestal. I don't know why Whisper's here. Probably for some quest related. But yeah, I didn't put her in. I did everything else but not her. I added the Guildwood's Guard. The Hero Center, you can hire a mercenary here, which will be true. This will be the place where you can hire people to help you on the in the Fae Realm. But it's a bit barren at the moment. I only added a couple of things. A quest card where the hero must agree to follow an evil path. Quest card where the hero must agree to follow a good path. Now we have a book that just goes over a bit of lore about the Hero Center. And then the old quest cards, which used to be a handwritten scroll. Which is true, that is actually what quest cards used to look like. And then there's a neutral one out the way, because who cares about doing a neutral playthrough? Might be a bit hard to see his outfit right now. I'll use the lamp. But this is the hero guide. Unfortunately, the texture for the old Guildmaster doesn't, like, work for his model, so I had to, like, get the colours from the texture and just apply them to the Guildmaster's outfit. But I think it did an alright job. It's just a shame we can't get his old monocle. That would have been great. Here we have a colour skate that we can enter. Enter the old map room. And there we go. This is apparently the old... Oh, pardon me. This is apparently the old map room. I've added a couple of things. But yeah, according to Dean Carter, the way it was meant to work was, instead of, like, using colour skates to teleport places. You were meant to stand here on the map table, and then your character would walk to the place that you wanted to go to, and that would be the fast travel system. But obviously you got cut from the game. I was meant to do a video on that, but I never really got time to round to doing it. But yeah, it's weird to think that the fast travel system could have been completely different. But yeah, we've seen everything we need to see here, so let's make our way back to the Heroes Guild.
That's good.
Would you like to return to the real world? Yes, please. As Biggie Smalls would say, it was all a dream. I'm gonna quickly go check these comments on my chat. Oh, I haven't even got it open on the other window. I'll have to shift tab real quick. Move to that. And then open the game back up. Ooh, a lot of messages. I would find it funny that I'm trying to make mods for Deus Ex, the original one, and Fable TLC. Ooh, the very first Deus Ex game is a really good game. I remember my friend telling us about it. I think I played through so much of it, but I never got a chance to complete it. Yeah, like John Valois, I don't know how you pronounce that, said it's C++. Did you give the brightest apprentice robes to the guys in the Temple of Avor? No, but I mean, I could do that. That's a good idea, actually. I mean, I kind of like the way they look now, but I mean, why not? It just means I might have to change the texture slightly so it fits them. Because obviously the villagers don't use the same texture as the hero. The hero's obviously designed in a specific way. That's why the child hero has no other outfit. Now this note would have been important if you were still doing the guild training, but the game crashed. But there is a sign that says the guild words, all apprentices require permission before the guard will allow entry.
Busy are you?
The only problem is that I would really like it for it to be daytime right now, because it's really hard to see anything.
Oh, beer would be nice. Can I have a lovely tanker?
So whilst we wait,
Ready to help?
how much gold do I have? 152. Let's see if we can sell some stuff. We'll sell all this pointless stuff. Let's buy some beer.
Price is fair.
We might as well kill the time by getting really drunk. I have to make sure I'm not near anyone, or else the game will think I'm wanting to give it to someone.
Oh, beer would be nice.
I'll walk over here. I like how if you've never drank beer before, the screen immediately goes blurry. Talk about tolerance. Yeah.
Prepare for bed.
Now this is peak Fable gameplay. Oh yeah, I forgot you can interact with this. You check the Heroes Guild leaderboard. This board ranks all the points of every apprentice during their combat tests. It looks like you're at the top again.
Chicken chaser? Do you chase chickens?
I only just realised he's selling a red apple. Huh. I must have sold some to him. I mean, I could just go to Bowerstone, that would fix everything, but there's no point in going there when you don't need to.
So you're the chicken chaser, are you? Always thought you'd have bigger hands.
Another
I'll wait until my hero gets out of this comatose state that he's in. I'm planning on making a big one, similar to one you are making for Fable TLC, something like the Nameless mod. Alright, I'm guessing Nameless mod you're talking about Deus Ex? I think I remember my friend telling us about that. He's a really big Deus Ex fan.
Chicken chaser. Chicken chaser?
Come on, you'll never feel better unless you puke it out. You see, if I was in the hero's shoes right now, I'd be lying the fuck down. I'd be like, I can't deal with this. Imagine if this was actually what your vision was like if you got drunk in real life. If anything, it's probably something you'd expect from like LSD, never mind alcohol, like what the hell. Just the whole world becomes distorted. Next, the trees will start talking to us as I walk past. Throwing up all the money we spent on beer, and I can't believe they used gold coins. And then there's like this little bit of green to help make it look more like puke. Run around, it'll make you feel better. Get some fresh air and exercise. Right, this should be okay now. It doesn't look too dark now. We should be fine. So let's go into the Guild Woods.
All right, hero.
Well, the problem is our view's a little bit distorted. I also want to... Well, actually, you know what? Let's not go into the Guild Woods right now. We can go somewhere else that's already dark. Like our path, according to a certain demon door. We should kill the time a bit.
Your path is dark. Only a light will reveal it, and you're not bright enough.
Obviously this one doesn't have any, but some of the demon doors actually do have unused dialogue that I managed to put back in. It's usually like 1 or 2 lines, except from the one that you open to talk to the archaeologist. That one had like a whole cutscene removed for some reason.
Your path is illuminated. Fancy that. You worked it out.
Also, I like how my vision is perfect in the cutscene, and then when it ends, it's like, we're drunk again! So, Library Arcanum. We have the stuff you would obviously expect to get, if it'll let us actually click on it. And the reward's the exact same, but there's still more stuff you can find in here. Like this little fishing spot. There's also a guy over here who's known as the Weapon Master. You'll sell a whole bunch of weapons that you normally can't find. Yeah, the Weapon Master, he sells unique weapons. If we check his inventory.
To the right place.
There we go, he sells all sorts of weapons. Usually stuff that, you know, belonged to other NPCs in the game. And obviously I haven't changed their names yet. Huh, that's not supposed to be called Rusty Cutlass. But yeah, let's say you're like, oh, I can't be bothered to go and look for where all these weapons are. He'll just sell them. So if you have the money, you could just buy the weapons.
Albion's full of quests, things to kill, people to save.
Just like an interesting way to like give people replay value, I guess. Then we have a stone here that seems to lead to a set of stairs. You might be able to access this later. But for now, we have to complete some quests. Oh yeah, and there's this little thing in the distance. I just thought it would be something cool to see in the distance. It really catches your attention. Just out of curiosity, would you make a conservatory mod for a game that player/people would be debating for the next decade? I'm not really too sure what you mean by that, video games for everyone. A conservatory mod? You mean like those kind of like glass like buildings that get attached to your house? I think that's what you mean. There. It's daytime, I'm sober, so it should be good to go into the Guild Woods now.
Please obey the law.
So here we're going to be seeing our very first new region. But we'll look through the guild woods first. Another fishing spot. Oh look, another silver key. The only problem with having more silver keys spread around is that it kind of makes it easier for people to get the 5 and 10 silver key chests, but I mean, does it really matter? We all probably know where they are anyways. Material chests, which require chunks to open. This one signifies you, the weakest material in Albion. So this is kind of the reason for the chunks, like the yew chunk, the oak chunk. There's different chests, and by using a spade you can dig stone or metal chunks, and obviously with a hatchet you can get yew and oak chunks. If you get 5 yew chunks, then you're able to open up that chest. And unfortunately we don't have a spade right now, so we'll just check out this interesting area over here. I also still have my lamp on, even though I don't need it on. Just put it here for now. Right, so our very first new region. The Guild Forest. Try not to get lost. I tried my best to make it feel like an extension of the Guild Woods. There's more fishing spots. Guild Forest Lake, in memory of those who died for a better guild and a better Albion. Two seagulls and a baby seagull. Just look how small that baby seagull is. There are some new regions which are basically unused maps in the game, but this I straight up just made myself, like from scratch. Everything you see I just kind of did myself. This statue represents the guild's desire to expand overseas. As you can see, it's pointing into the ocean. Normally when you're doing the guild training, if you accidentally walk in here, there would be a what's it called? A fence preventing you from being able to walk past, but since we've done our guild training, we just head on through. Oh no, scorpions. Brown scorpions that were cut from the game. Scorpions are supposed to be able to drop a scorpion stinger, but it seems I was very unlucky. So this is kind of the center point of the map where you can go through 3 different directions. So we'll start with this one first. Maze's Arena. As you can see, Maze is right there. Hello, Maze. Ignoring me as usual. Apparently, this is the combat ring that you find in the Heroes Guild. Apparently, this was originally meant to be it. Obviously, I've made it a bit larger than it's supposed to be, but apparently this was meant to be the original ring before they added like a wall around it. It's a bit of a shame. I really like the look of this. This appears to be a leftover of a potent Ages of Will potion. I bet Maze left this here. An empty experience potion vial. I wonder if this belonged to the Guildmaster. And that explains the 2 chairs. So obviously if you look at I'm obviously going to want to change the texture because it looks exactly like Thunder's sword. But if you look at statues like this of Maze, he's clearly got the same kind of sword. Like, that is literally the same sword. Maybe it was originally meant to be Maze's? I don't know. So yeah, at some point I'm going to retexture that. But Maze's legendary sword, most likely left here as a memory. It would be wise not to touch it. Maze's old journal. I'm going to make it so obviously when you interact with it, or an item that you can pick up, which will just give a bit of lore behind Maze. But if you really wanted to, you could just attack Maze. Wow. Yeah, it seems that's about as far as his AI will go. Oh no, 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 he's coming. He's coming. He's chasing me down. I think when you get to a certain radius, he just doesn't know what to do. Yeah, okay, we're fine. You only got rid of 2 resurrection vials. We have another area over there, but we'll check that in a minute. Instead, we'll go this way. And this is sort of like a little lake area where certain creatures live. Oh yeah, I'll go this way first. This way is a dead end. If you look from here, there's another golden key. Oh, hello. Okay, you weren't supposed to come over here, but okay. The Queen Scorpion. You meant it's supposed to be in the middle. Come on. Follow me. Let's take you back to where you belong. have all these scorpions, because as you can see, it's a scorpion hive. I don't know if scorpions actually make nests or not, but there we go, scorpion stinger. Now we just have the queen, who can't really, unfortunately, do damage to you. You can tell she was never finished. She can do damage to you if, say, when she does that attack, you're slightly ahead of her, but that literally just takes timing. Like, you've literally got to intentionally want to get hurt, which is a bit annoying. If we kill the Queen Scorpion, we get the Queen Scorpion Stinger. Finally get our golden key. Yeah, hives are supposed to spawn more scorpions, but as you can tell, I haven't added that in yet. Destroying the hives will mean that no more will spawn. The waterfall, the safest and prettiest area in the whole forest. I mean, now it is, but I don't think it was before. Sorry for my grammar, I meant controversial mod for a video game that people or video game player would be debating for the next decade. I guess that really depends on what you mean by controversial mod. I mean, the only thing I could really think of is if someone literally replaced, like, when your character has sex with, like, literal videos or something like that. That's all I can think of that would be controversial. In terms of this game, anyways. Nice. Have you done the Sword of Aeons clip yet? No, I probably won't be doing glitches like that, because I want to show people how the mod progresses. Unfortunately, the mod's not available for Fable Anniversary. It's just Fable The Lost Chapters. I've never had a chance to mod Anniversary yet. If anyone is able to get it to work, that would be great. Would I make a mod like that? No, not that I can... No, I don't see why I would. I mean, one could argue that certain aspects of this mod is controversial. It's called the lost content, and some of it's not lost content. So here we've got a new cave that we can enter. Trial Advanced Guild Training. Enter the door, yes. If you played version 0.6, you'll know that that door was permanently locked, but now we can actually view the trial, which is sort of like an underground guild cave. That signpost doesn't work.
Ooh,
gorgeous. Chicken chaser. Chicken chaser?
I've even got a miniature map table. I'm pretty sure I made it so it has text now, but I don't want to interact with it because placing another map table and interacting with it can crash the game. Like, guaranteed. Oh look, a Pac-Man reference. I wonder what game I got inspired to do that. The answer is Skyrim. It's even got its own little inn down here.
Help yourself to the facilities, chicken chaser.
Yeah, barber and
Hello.
shopkeeper, although they aren't really.
You've come to the right place.
Albion's full of quests, things to kill, people to save.
Can't actually do anything with them yet because this environment doesn't have nav data, so technically the AI doesn't know how to move around. So let's enter the living quarters of the trial. Man, I really must have forgot to rig the signposts.
Oh, dear.
Someone took a dislike to your face.
Someone took a dislike to your face.
Known as Chicken Chaser, I believe.
So here we have the 3 chambers: melee, stealth, and will. So we'll go through the melee chamber first. So this is the melee chamber.
Grim or what?
The melee chamber. Defeat your opponent. And you've got all these dummies.
My word!
I'm not really too sure what the point of these are, but apparently these were meant for this area. I'm guessing you were meant to hit them as like a melee thing, but they're just really hollow in the final version of the game. Here's a blacksmith that I'm hoping to turn into the armor smith at some point. He'll sell legendary armor that you can't normally get. But when the area has nav data, this guy will actually try and fight you because he's the person you're supposed to fight for the melee test.
Chicken chaser. Chicken chaser? Like that.
There we go, we got some renown and some good points. So now we leave the melee chamber because we've done our melee test. Next is the stealth chamber, which is probably my favourite one. It's literally comprised of like a cave and a lava pit that was meant to be in the game. The stealth test: pass the platform without falling. So as you can see, this is what it's talking about. Just a very long platform that you have to walk on top of. Although I might need to heighten the what's it called? The physics, so you're not just standing inside of the little pole thing. But yeah, there's some buzzsaws here and a lava pit. Unfortunately, they don't actually work. Like, if you fall in the lava, you won't die. The buzzsaws don't animate, so you can tell it's an area that was never finished. And there's these giant lights that maybe would try to like distract you as you were walking along. I'm not really too sure what the point of them was. But you can walk all the way to the end. There's also a few apprentices that are watching you outside these gates.
Looking to hire a swordsman.
And at the end you can recruit an assassin if you really want to. You get an adrenaline potion. You're supposed to be able to pick up that money, but it looks like I didn't make it go forward enough. An iron cutlass, which is an iron cutlass from Fable 2.
Looking to hire a swordsman.
I might have to change the names because obviously iron cutlass is already a thing in the game.
Looking to hire a swordsman.
So you don't want items that literally have the same name. That signpost is supposed to work, but apparently not.
Looking to hire a swordsman.
And that door, you're not meant to go through it. You can just run back through. And that's a stealth test. Vasilich. This is the trial. It's an area I made myself using assets that were cut from the game. So this one's the will chamber. Now obviously with it being the will chamber, you are supposed to attack them from a distance, but you can just walk over. These are an enemy that was cut from the game. You have the lava cube and then the rock cube. And for some reason they have a guild seal on top of them. As you can see, they don't have a lot of health. The Will Chamber. Defeat the guild cubes. So I think that means we're done here.
Oh,
hello.
A hero.
I see.
Chicken chaser, I believe.
Chicken chasing.
I mean, really, we could just teleport back to the guild. Don't know why that didn't work. Ah, okay. Maybe it's because we're in an area that the game's not counting as part of the map. those stingers. Right, I'll have to look into why you can't use your guild seal here. It's a bit odd, I've never noticed that. Right, I believe that's everything to do with the Heroes Guild. Now, normally it would be a good idea to, you know, go to the map table, get the Wasp Menace quest card, but I'll show you some stuff before we do that. So, I'll go back into the guild, save things how they are now. We'll go check out the debug area. Before we do, I'll show you the Heroes Guild balcony. So just by going over here, you'll find a door. Walk up to the Heroes Guild balcony. Yes, please. And there we go. We're at the top of the balcony. This is another case of where, like, for some reason the developers made this part of the balcony solid. However, if you try walking near the door, it's actually hollow, but that's why I made it so you just instantly teleport. That way you don't have time to actually fall down. Here we have a signpost that'll take you to the debug room, which basically has everything you could want to find. Now, anyone who is looking at the floor right now and has ever modded Fable might know exactly what area this was supposed to be before I changed it. But yeah, it was an unused map called Creature Hub. And since the game doesn't use it anyways, I thought, well, I might as well just turn it into the debug area. And it wouldn't be a debug area if you couldn't do this. $1 million gold. Here we have two of the apprentice bodyguards that you can normally get. And here we have, other than staffs, because I've noticed that if I place those down, it's very likely it'll crash the game. So these are all the other weapons that you can collect. They're not all finished, that's why I placed them down like this, so I just have to pick them up, have a look at what it's like, and then edit it, and then get rid of it. Find a place for it to go. But we have all these different types of bombs. Obviously you won't be able to teleport here when the mod is finished, but anyone who wants to test it out will find all the stuff here. Blast boxes, which are just a normal grenade. Well, bomb. Oh, I didn't mean to pick that up, but okay. Change the name of all the hob weapons to granite. I don't know, I keep thinking tabs to go in my inventory. That's why I keep randomly picking stuff up. Summoner's Gauntlet. Can't remember what I made this do. I'm guessing it shoots a summoner lightning ball? Lightning orb? Let's have a look. Yes. Ancient box. Yeah, the explosion gets way bigger. Like this whole area is not safe from this weapon. Try and throw it right in the center, see if it still gets us. Well, it wasn't really the center, but you know. I think it's based off Jack's dragon form. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's an explosion from one of Jack's dragon forms. And we have the very stupid cream pie, which literally does nothing. Like, you can throw it, but it'll do nothing. Oh, wait. Wait, what? What? That's not supposed to happen. What the hell? Did I change it? Oh, okay. Okay, it hurts people now, apparently. Right. Okay, I must have changed that. Originally it did nothing, but now it hurts people, apparently. It goes to show how long it's been since I threw that. Unfortunately, this is supposed to be like slow time, but that effect doesn't work, so turned it into a smoke bomb instead. Which, I mean, it doesn't really do anything in terms of effects. Where is the zap box though? This is one that was definitely cut from the game. Does lightning. And then there's the spore box. Which are just like the spores that explode in Darkwood. Most of them are Fable 2 weapons over here. Like Hal's sword, the Maelstrom, the Amethyst. I think they're supposed to be a Master and a Steel Warhammer, yeah. That's supposed to be a Steel Cutlass, but I changed it to Judge's Steel. The Wreckager. The Chopper. Steel Longsword, Caliburn, the Daiichi, Excalibur, and then Soul Reaver. And then these are all just straight up things that were either not used by the hero or cut from the game, except from this one. And these are another two that I made, Orichalcos and Phylactery, yeah. As you can see, it produces this kind of a death effect. I'm pretty sure that's the effect for when you put the souls into the Archon Shrine. And it'll follow you around. The only time it changes is if you attack, because it's just a modified Katana Hiryu, made slightly bigger. Then we have the Phylactery. Now this one doesn't have an effect when you're like this, but if you were to hit someone with it, then it creates the effect. Since you can't die, we can just keep hitting the hell out of her. I think the game has a limit on the amount of effects it can have on screen at once, so it'll literally get to a point where it'll just start deleting them to make new ones. Yeah, and as you can tell, those ones at the back, it literally can't even animate them. So yeah, if you want a really annoying weapon, this is the one for you. And here we have all the different areas you can teleport to. Don't kill me, Carnadine. But yeah, if you ever want to just travel to any of the new places really quickly, that's your way. Yeah, you might as well kill me. We're done here. Can still hear the sound. Right. Okay, now that I don't have a headache, let's play the game properly.
Chicken chaser? Do you chase chickens?
So glad you just like the look of the new weapons.
You won't be disappointed, sir.
Unfortunately, I haven't added places for you to get most of them yet. I still need to do balancing. Oh wow, the game crashed. Probably because I went in the debug area. I'll try that again. I just realised it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Wow. I'm sure a couple of new areas and then that'll probably be it for me today. Just to be on the safe side, we'll just start the normal game. We don't need apprentice robes.
May I be of assistance?
So before we start the quest, I'll show you some of the new areas.
You little snot bag! You know nothing of the world!
I will, however, have to get rid of one of these.
Look at you! You smell like rotting rat corpses.
No one likes a bully, so...
Ow! You lousy heroes are all the same.
Ha ha ha! Funniest thing I've seen in years! If you see that wimp again, give him another scare. The little rascal deserves it. You've earned my thanks, hero. I'm sure you'll make many friends in your travels. Perhaps we'll meet again, hero.
Perhaps. But yeah, this part of the cutscene, it'll change depending on whoever you ended up abusing first, I guess you could say. The beggar's meant to be chasing him, but I'm guessing the timing was slightly off. So now if we head for the picnic area, things are going to look a bit different. We can actually walk outside of here. And here is the woodsman.
You've come to the right place.
You can buy a stone hatchet if you need one. And you can also sell your chunks to him.
Albion's full of quests, things to kill, people to save.
So it kind of gives you an alternative of like, you can either open up all these chests, or you can sell them and get a bit of money.
You on quest business?
You guys are not...
Chicken chaser. Chicken chaser?
you guys are not supposed to be there. What the hell? You're supposed to be down here. Okay, whatever. All sorts of different types of food. Some stuff that was cut from the game, like red berry pie and lamb chop, I think that is. It's like a hunk of meat. But apparently it's a lamb chop. Entrance to Hero Hill. Once a spot for heroes to hone their skills. So a nice little cave entrance here we can go through. This takes us to Hero Hill. Oh look, a golden key. Once a hero training ground, the hill is now nothing more than a ruin. Which is obviously like a little nod to Fable 2, the Hero Hill. Can't remember what's in this chest. Don't want to risk it. But yeah, there's meant to be... Obviously there's no quests active right now, and that's why it's not there, but there is meant to be like a fence that stops you from going in until you completed certain quests. But if you don't accept Wasp's Menace, then no quest is active, so that's one way of cheating around it. At the top of Hero Hill, we get Hal's sword. And a note. There's also a helmet here you can interact with. You know, it's a very unusual looking helmet, almost like it's not of this world. Just like the sword that we got. So that's Hero Hill. But yeah, obviously the sword won't be that easy to obtain.
What's afoot then?
Aw, chicken chaser.
Hello Nil, welcome to the stream. Get ourselves an extra stone hatchet. We should be able to go to Brightwood. Yeah, we can go to Brightwood. So obviously here's another cave we can go through. Brightwood Caves. And oh look, would you listen to that? It's music from Fable 2. I think the game actually uses like multiples of the same music for some reason, so I just replaced some of the duplicates. I think I added Desert from Fable 3 and this from Fable 2. Another beetle chunk. Brightwood Peak, known for its amazing view. Anyone who looks from a distance from the picnic area will probably know that the picnic area is literally just right over there. Like, that is literally the picnic area over there. I just kind of like edited this part of the map and made it look believable. Except from this part, but I think that's because the terrain is from... Yeah, I think I like compiled the terrain recently, so I forgot to move this further up. So if we enter the tower, and here we have Brightwood Tower. I mean, it's basically Maze's quarters, but you know. Brightwood Tower, another golden key. Definitely not meant to be a dig spot. Obviously, whoever lived here before really liked making their potions. There's a little hidey way here. It gives you the wizard hat, which is the only one you can't find in the original game. You can only get a good or an evil wizard hat from completing the book collector quest. I don't know why they didn't add the neutral one. Like, they could have literally just put it somewhere in the game. It didn't have to be part of the quest. Just like you'd expect with Brightwood Tower, there's a bed you can sleep in. And there's Chesty. From a friend. 1,000 gold. And I believe this note from a friend might be in logbooks. Yes. Yeah, it's kind of like the note that you get from Chesty in Fable 2, but he'll explain to you where to find the divinity gems. One of these gems is really close to home. A statue outside will point you the way there. Another one of these gems is hidden in a really big mansion, one which has a history of royalty. The final gem can be found amongst the land of the living dead in an island to the north. And obviously the divinity gems are very rare. They give you a lot of money if you want to sell them. Or you can do what I like to do and just keep them. So that's Brightwood done with. Where else can we go? I guess Greatwood North would be next. Unfortunately, Neil, you can't import audio. You can export audio, like download it onto your computer, but you can't import audio, unfortunately. I don't know when you'd fix that. It seems you've got to go on a very narrow path. Picnic area, place of tranquility and peace. Man, all these Fable 2 references. Actually, no, Tranquility and Peace, that was a reference of the Project Ego trailer, actually. Although he was referring to Albion and not the picnic area, but you know. But yeah, if you really like, oh, I wanna visit all the new areas, but I don't want to go through all the quests, just go there before even doing any of the quests. It was a giant oversight that I didn't even realise.
Wow, that was the only good thing that happened to him. Easy. He don't look like no chicken chaser to me, but then again, I ain't met one before.
Here we have a normal wasp hive. You can just Keep walking backwards and forwards. Oh wait, no. Gotta go a bit further than that. It'll keep spawning new wasp. Originally I made it so it spawned multiple wasps at once, but I mean that's just like that's just too much of an easy EXP grind. But just like with the the scorpion hives, you can just attack these and then it won't spawn any more wasps. So this new area. And here we have Greatwood North, which is a little bit foggy because it's kind of nighttime, but here lies Argon, the smith who can make any weapon out of anything. Here we get the makeshift armor. Now, it looks like leather armor, and you'd be like, oh, why have I just gotten a full set of leather armor this early in the game? Well, if you actually check your inventory, armor rating of villager outfit 487, armor rating of makeshift suit 376. So it's actually worse than wearing the villager outfit. Like, at this point you might as well just be naked, but hey, it's better than nothing. And then we get his weapon. I mean, it's literally just a rusty katana from Fable 2, but it's called Makeshift Warrior. While this is a mining pickaxe, something tells me that these guys were not miners. Now we find a note about a place called the Dead Fields. Well, unfortunately it's not shut now, is it? So we can go through this door. Again, it might be a bit hard to see because it's very dark, but you walk through this water, and for some reason water in Fable makes everything underneath it invisible, like it doesn't exist. But yeah, the whole point of Dead Fields is it's meant to be like the remnants of like a war from the Old Kingdom. So you just see the ghosts of people who once fought there, just roaming the area. Apparently they haven't suffered enough. Want this. Can't go up from there, you gotta go around here. Unfortunately I haven't added navigation data, but I mean, I don't even know if I want to, because I kinda like the idea of them just standing there near the body of like the corpse kind of thing. Plus, I mean, they already know how bad war is. Would they really want to fight in the afterlife? We find ourselves another golden key. And I haven't done it yet, but my plan is for this cave entrance, which will just say it's locked at the moment. Yeah. My hope is that this cave entrance will lead to a place called Silver Pines, which is obviously a reference to Fable 3. That's why you start to see these kinds of trees when you get closer to it. Let's have a look, see if there's any messages. Good evening, RPG Robot. Oh, I'm really glad to hear that, RPG Robot. Glad to hear that my videos inspired you to keep playing the game. I mean, believe it or not, Red Robotics, out of all the things people have asked us about the Fable trailer, that's ironically not one of them. No one's ever went, hey, isn't it weird that they used Richard Ayoade? I think that's how you pronounce his name. Which, like, I remember when I watched the trailer and I was like, okay, wow, straight off the bat. Wonder if you make the Banshees interactable for a little quest. Maybe. I've never actually tried. But yeah, like I said, I was hoping for it to have nav data, so they actually know where to walk around. But I mean, like I said, I really like the idea that they're just standing there, just standing next to the corpse that they once had as a body. I guess I could make a weaker version of the Screamers, so you're not just coming here and then abusing EXP. But yeah, I think it's a lot better with them standing still like this. And this little part of the map that I need to fix. Just random gap in the earth. I think that's supposed to be near Litchfield Graveyard, if I remember rightly. That's supposed to be the path that takes you to Greatwood, Litchfield Graveyard. Where else can we go to? Where else can we go to? Something I'm disappointed I can't show yet because it's not actually in the game, but started making Thunder's Camp, which is an area you can go to. I've done the terrain anyways, I haven't added any objects. The whole idea is you'll find Thunder at a demon door, he'll want you to go clear out the demon door, and then after a little while that demon door will turn into Thunder's camp. Just roll past everything, because apparently that's how you become a god in Fable. Here we have, obviously there's meant to be the destroyed bridge there, but it will be repaired. I think you gotta do the Wasp Menace quest, and then it's fixed, if I recall. But it's a whole part of the whole changing world thing.
Well, that was the only good thing that happened to him.
Tell me, did you have to get trained specially, or did you look that stupid naturally?
Ah, look that stupid naturally. But yeah, over here we have a weapon that you might be able to get at some point. I think you've got to do Darkwood Trader Escort to be able to get that. Although I might need to make it so you got to do more quests, because it might be a bit overpowered. It's like this Hell Sword.
You'll be dead then.
I swear they're like the fastest wasps. They're even faster than the blue ones. I think the blue ones are supposed to do more damage and they're just straight up meant to be faster. Yeah, here we have the Ingredient Witch. Sell all your unwanted ingredients and potions.
Tell me, did you have to get trained specially, or did you look that stupid naturally?
She also has a different appearance, although she has a male voice because she's a trader. Yeah, I decided to change everything to blue instead of red. That way you can tell the difference between the two. You know it's not the same person. And here's a lot of the ingredients that you can find while playing the mod. We got stuff like Lobster Claw, Beetle Chunk, Blue Shroom, Green Wasp, Scorpion Stinger, Balverine Head, Balverine Paw, Rock Troll's Jaw, Earth Troll Chunk, the different types of wasp stingers, brown mushroom, red mushroom, green mushroom, yellow mushroom, queen beetle chunks, and then a dragon egg, which there's only one.
Plenty of nasty creatures need slaying. That's a hero's job.
There's only one dragon egg in all of Albion. I think we've got to make our way to Greatwood Teleport to get to the next place. And then after that, that'll probably be enough for me for today. Well, it's a totally new day now, but...
Some bandits have set up a toll in this region. Be careful.
I hope you got the gold they want. These bandits will kill us for fun.
I'm afraid this or we could... So... Is that the gold? I'm waiting.
Oh, a village ahead. There's a good example.
He's trying to slip past. Get him!
Guards will also drop their own heads, and bandits obviously drop bandit ears. Here we are, Greatwood Colorscape. go this way. Oh look, another entrance. Greatwood Graveyard. Graffiti, I don't really think they can be voiced. Yeah, it's not possible to import audio, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just do a text box, but the NPC would have to act more like an object than like a character. But I mean, yeah, that's still possible. That's why I've been adding like notes that you find next to the person you're supposed to go see. That way you just read the note and it's like all of their thoughts written down for you. Thank you very much, Red Robotics. I appreciate the compliment. But yeah, Fable's modern tools have a lot of limitations. The only reason I was able to like add in the new maps and stuff like that is because a debug build of the game got leaked. Which obviously allows you to make your own maps. But this one is actually, like the ones I've shown you so far have literally been ones I've made from scratch. But this one is actually an unused map. I think it's meant to be the original graveyard before it became like Litchfield Graveyard. And that's why there's like 4 bandits attacking a little girl. Well, assassins. 4 assassins attacking a little girl. Which I think was meant to be quest related, I don't really know. But yeah, I've only changed it slightly so it makes a bit more sense.
I can see him.
Left, Citizen Graveyard, right, Regal Graveyard.
I'll not spare you.
Honkle Protectors. Nice shot. I don't even need to do anything now. But how will he fare with 2 bodyguards? I mean 2 assassins. I like how he keeps trying to do a power attack, but he disturbs his animation every time. Oh. Oh no, he's not dead yet. Oh well. Let's just look around the graveyard. Oh, undead. I think I added this. Yeah, I added some points where there's undead. That was very close. But yeah, you can definitely tell this is an unfinished cut area because the land literally just ends there. The intel never got finished. I mean, it looks really nice considering. Like, put a lot of effort into it only to be like, no, this is not the graveyard we're gonna use. Another thing I had to do was this exit way. Like, past the gate, I had to do that myself because it literally just ended at the gate. So obviously I wanted to make it look like you're actually walking out. Here we go. This is apparently the old, what's it called? The old Lichfield graveyard. We've got an evil hero. I think he's supposed to be a necromancer, but I mustn't have given him the right items yet. I have no idea what that guy's doing over there. Okay, there we go. He's down now. I just realised these areas need music as well. I mean, usually let some of that add last, but you know. Yeah, I mean, if you ignore the fact that there's like literally just grass, like random long grass everywhere, it kind of looks really good considering they cut this area. And the store's currently oh, I think my bird might have fell. You okay, boy? But yeah, this door's currently locked. It will take you to a place called Greatwood Storyteller, but that's not finished yet. Yeah, that'll probably be enough of the stream for me today. I'll have a look at your messages. Yeah, I mean, yeah, like, the whole point of Fable 1 is literally that you are the best hero in all of Albion, so balancing isn't really important. But it's like, I don't want people to, you know, walk into an area and then you have, like, a weapon that is, like, automatically stronger than the Sword of Aeons, for example. Because then it would be like, well, you might as well just go for that every single time you play the game. Whilst I want people to, like, kind of play things differently. Like, you'll have different weapons you can choose from. Bombs now that you can use instead of using a bow. All that kind of shit. Imagine if you could eat the heads. I mean, are they currently produce? Yes, you can eat the head. The decapitated head of an innocent villager. Perhaps there is something malicious, someone malicious enough to sell these to. But yeah, it's an ingredient. You can eat the villager head. That gives you health. Boy, that was one crunchy head. I mean, the whole point was to make them into ingredients, but yeah, you've just made me realise how dumb that actually is. I mean, it's like the bandit ears, you can eat those as well. Yeah, I think that's what this was meant to be. This was like the original Circle of the Dead before the cut, and then they made a Litchfield Graveyard, which then leads to the Circle of the Dead. Because if you actually look in the code for this map, it still has like the markers for where all the undead spawn. Obviously I can't make them trigger because there's no quests for this map. I need to think of which one of these I can add chests so you can get loot from here. I mean, you can eat live chickens on this as well. Well, crunchy chicks they're called. Which, believe it or not, actual chicks running around was like cut from the game, like they were a creature. I'm guessing the crunchy chicks were the reason why they removed them. So then it's not like you're eating something that you literally watched walk around in the world. And that just takes us back to Greatwood Coast Gate. Don't know why it spawns you all the way here, like, but should really spawn you here. Right, I think that's enough of the stream for me today. Thank you all for watching. Let's press Alt 4. Let's get rid of this. Nice Fable background. Right, thank you all for coming, and I will see you guys next time. I'll probably be seeing about making a video about this as well, rather than just doing a stream. But yeah, thank you for coming.